The Ordinal Scale arc from Sword Art Online kicks off on April 24th, 2026, the exact same day I am uploading this video, and honestly that feels less like a fun coincidence and more like a warning sign. So in honor of this cursed occasion, we are diving into Sword Art Online the movie, Ordinal Scale, a movie that somehow manages to take everything already wrong with Sword Art Online and make it even worse. It is loud, messy, and full of moments that think they are cool but just end up embarrassing, like it is trying to distract you from how shallow it really is. And yeah, it easily earns a spot as one of the worst movies ever made. Sword Art Online the movie, Ordinal Scale is complete trash. It is a pathetic excuse for a movie. I have seen The Room, and it still manages to look good compared to this disaster. Every second of it drags. The story makes no sense. The characters are empty and stupid. The action is fake and boring. Nothing about this movie works. It is a total waste of time. Why is this movie even about augmented reality? The entire point of the Sword Art Online franchise is virtual reality. This has nothing to do with it. You cannot just suddenly switch genres. It is completely off track and makes no sense. It is like making a sequel to K-pop Demon Hunters and then switching the plot to Chinese pop music and hunting werewolves. It is pointless, stupid, and insulting. Whoever thought this was a good idea should be embarrassed. It feels like the writer completely ran out of ideas for virtual reality games and just gave up. They had nothing left, so they decided to pivot to something else, anything at all, even if it made no sense. The shift is lazy, sloppy, and desperate. The story suffers because of it, and the entire movie feels like a cheap cash grab. There is no creativity, no thought, just a sad scramble to fill time and call it a Sword Art Online movie. It is painfully clear that Pokemon Go was popular at the time, so the creators of this movie just decided to copy it. They had no original ideas, no vision, and no understanding of what made games or stories engaging. Instead of creating something new, they lazily ripped off a trend, slapped it into their franchise, and hoped nobody would notice. The result is completely uninspired. Feels like a cheap marketing stunt, not a movie, and the audience can see right through it. But I am not surprised. Sword Art Online has never been original in the first place. It has always felt like a cheap knockoff of better ideas done by other series. Nothing about it stands out unless you have not seen anything else. So Ordinal Scale copying Pokemon Go fits perfectly. It is just more proof that the series leans on whatever trend is popular instead of coming up with something of its own. At this point, it is less about creativity and more about chasing what is easy and familiar. And the plan backfired completely. The movie did not even make that much money, only around $38 million. That is pitiful, a total disaster. In comparison, the most recent Demon Slayer movie made over $781 million. This film looks tiny, weak, and embarrassing next to that. Every attempt to make it feel important or exciting falls flat because it failed on the one thing movies are supposed to do: make money and connect with an audience. It is a total flop in every sense. In fact, Morbius made $39 million in its opening weekend alone. That is more than the entire lifetime gross of Sword Art Online, Ordinal Scale. And keep in mind, Morbius is widely considered a joke, a laughingstock, a movie people watch to make fun of. That is how embarrassing this is. That is how low the bar is for Sword Art Online. A film that is supposed to be part of a popular, beloved franchise could not even compete with a movie everyone agrees is terrible. It is pathetic, humiliating, and proof that this movie should never have existed. To the people who actually like this movie, do you not know that other movies exist? Are you living under a rock? Or being locked in a room where this is the only thing available to watch? How can anyone enjoy this garbage when there are countless films with real stories, real characters, and real effort? Liking this movie is not just a matter of taste. It feels like a crime against common sense. It is sloppy, shallow, and completely unworthy, yet somehow people cheer for it. It is baffling, ridiculous, and insulting to anyone with eyes and a brain. And obviously, the game design of the fictional game in this movie is terrible as well. It is clunky, shallow, and completely uninteresting. This is no surprise, considering that the game design of every fictional game in this franchise has been awful. None of them feel believable, challenging, or fun. They all exist only to serve the plot, not as actual games. The mechanics make no sense, the progression is lazy, and the battles are boring and repetitive. It is amateurish in every way, and the movie does nothing to fix it. If the games in the story were real, no one in their right mind would play them. Anyone who actually plays games should feel offended by this garbage. It treats players like idiots, ignores everything that makes games fun, and is built on the laziest, most shallow ideas imaginable. The gameplay in the movie is meaningless, nonsensical, and insulting to anyone who knows what real game design looks like. It is a complete joke, a slap in the face to gamers everywhere, and a total waste of time for anyone who has ever enjoyed a proper game. The ranking system in Ordinal Scale makes no sense. Every player starts with a rank, and the more they play, the higher it goes. That is not a real ranking system. That is just a timer with extra steps. Ranks are supposed to show skill and experience. They should reflect how good someone actually is at the game, not how long they keep it running. If time alone decides rank, then anyone could just log in, stand around, and still climb. That completely defeats the point. Turns the whole system into a joke. Instead of rewarding effort or ability, it rewards doing the bare minimum. At that point, the ranking means nothing because it does not separate skilled players from people who just waste time in the game. It is obvious this system was not thought out at all. It feels like they needed a mechanic fast and just went with the first idea that came to mind without thinking about how people would actually use it. If this were a real game, most people would figure it out in a day and take advantage of it. Why bother getting better or putting in effort when you can just log in, stand around, and still climb the ranks? A system like that rewards laziness instead of skill. It would kill any real competition. The players who actually try would get lumped in with people doing nothing, and the ranking would stop meaning anything. At that point, it is not even a game system. It is just a number that goes up for no real reason. And how does the Augma device even work? It does not even cover the eyes of the user, so where are these lifelike images supposed to come from? You are expected to believe it can project solid-looking enemies, full environments, and detailed effects right into the view of the user without any kind of proper display. That makes no sense. If it is not blocking or controlling what the user sees, then it has no real way to place those images accurately in front of their eyes. At best, it should look like faint overlays or glitchy projections that fall apart the second you move your head. Instead, it acts like full immersion without doing any of the work needed to achieve that. It is trying to have it both ways, and it just ends up looking lazy. It really feels like they wanted the cool factor of augmented reality without thinking through the basic mechanics. The result is a device that works perfectly when the plot needs it and falls apart the second you question it. This is augmented reality, not virtual reality. Those are not the same thing, and the difference matters. Augmented reality is supposed to add simple visuals on top of the real world. It does not replace what you see. It does not fully control your vision. It works within your normal surroundings, which means it has limits. You are still seeing the real world first, with some digital extras layered over it. But Ordinal Scale treats it like full virtual reality anyway. The game throws enemies, effects, and entire scenes into the world as if they are solid and perfectly synced with everything around them. That is not how augmented reality works. Without something covering the eyes or directly controlling the image, there is no way to make it look that real or that stable. It is like they forgot what kind of tech they were even using. They call it augmented reality, but they write it like it is virtual reality because that is easier and looks cooler. The problem is it breaks its own rules, and once you notice that, the whole thing stops making sense. Players can get free products and services from partner companies just by playing the game. How does that even make sense? Why would any company agree to that? Businesses do not hand out free stuff for no reason. They need something in return, whether that is money, data, or guaranteed exposure that actually leads to profit. Just letting random players earn rewards by playing does not guarantee any of that. And what are they even getting out of it here? The system is not shown bringing in real customers or sales. It just acts like companies are fine giving things away because the game is popular. That is not how it works. Popularity alone does not pay the bills. If anything, this would get abused immediately. People would farm the game for rewards, grab the free products, and never spend a cent. Any company that signed up for that would lose money fast and pull out just as quickly. It feels like another idea that sounds cool on the surface but falls apart the second you think about it. There is no clear benefit for the companies, no real limit on abuse, and no explanation for why any business would agree to it in the first place. The fact that players can get exclusive stuff or early access is even less believable. That would be unfair to everyone who does not play this garbage game. Why would any company lock real products or services behind a single game? That cuts off most of their own real customers. Not everyone is going to download Ordinal Scale, play it, and grind just to get access. Businesses want more people, not fewer. This does the exact opposite. It also creates a dumb system where access is based on game progress instead of actual demand or loyalty. Someone who barely cares about the product could unlock it just by playing, while a real customer who actually wants it gets left out. That is backwards. And again, it would get abused fast. People would rush the game just to unlock early access, grab what they can, and move on. That does not build a real customer base. It just creates a wave of people gaming the system for rewards. It ends up feeling less like a smart promotion and more like a bad gimmick. It ignores how businesses actually work and turns everything into a shallow reward system that punishes anyone who does not want to waste time on it. And this would also mean the game turns into a second job. At that point, it is not even fun anymore. If real rewards are on the line, people are not going to play for enjoyment. They are going to treat it like work. Log in, do the same tasks over and over, chase the fastest way to rank up, and grab whatever rewards they can. That kind of setup kills any sense of fun right away. It would also turn into a grind fest where people farm rewards just to sell them. Instead of playing the game, they would be running a side hustle. Get the free items, flip them for money, repeat. That is not a game anymore. That is just a poorly designed marketplace pretending to be one. And once that starts, it snowballs. More players join in just to farm, not to play. The balance gets wrecked, the rewards lose value, and the whole system gets flooded with people who only care about profit. The actual gameplay becomes an afterthought. So instead of being some exciting augmented reality experience, it turns into a chore. A repetitive, exploitable system where the smartest move is not to enjoy it, but to squeeze as much value out of it as possible. That is the opposite of what a game should be. It is kind of impressive how Sword Art Online manages to ruin every fictional game it tries to create. Each one sounds interesting for a second, and then the details show up and it all falls apart. The systems never hold up. The rules are either too vague or make no sense once you think about how real players would act. Instead of feeling like actual games, they feel like props that only exist to move the story along. The moment you look at them as real systems, they break. It makes it obvious the writer did not think things through. There is no real logic behind how these games would function in the long term. No thought about balance, player behavior, or how people would exploit the mechanics. It is all surface-level ideas with no depth. That is why none of these games feel believable. They are not designed like games. They are written like shortcuts, and it shows every time. The mascot of the game is an idol character named Yuna. She is supposed to be the first augmented reality pop star in that world, which is honestly kind of funny when you think about it. We already have virtual idols in real life, and we do not even have technology anywhere near what the story claims. Characters like Hatsune Miku have been doing concerts, performances, and collaborations for years. People already accept digital performers without needing them to be physically present in the real world. So the idea that a more advanced world somehow never thought to combine idols with augmented reality until now just feels off. If anything, that should have happened way earlier. It is the most obvious use of that kind of tech. And even then, the story treats it like this groundbreaking, one-of-a-kind concept when it really is not. It is just taking something that already exists and acting like it is brand new. That makes the whole thing feel out of touch. It is another example of the same problem. The idea sounds flashy, but once you compare it to what already exists, it stops feeling special. It just comes off like the writer did not really look at how these trends actually develop or how people already use similar ideas in the real world. The Sword Art Online franchise thinks it is revolutionary and groundbreaking, but it comes across as the opposite. It presents its ideas like they are major leaps forward in how games or technology would work, but most of the time the concepts are either recycled or loosely stitched together from things that already exist in other media. When you have seen enough sci-fi or gaming stories, it becomes clear that a lot of it is not new, just repackaged. The bigger issue is that it often ignores how those ideas would actually function. The mechanics, the systems, even the technology are usually built around what the plot needs, not what would realistically make sense. So instead of feeling innovative, it feels unstable, like the world only holds together as long as you do not question it. That is why the groundbreaking feeling does not land. Real innovation tends to come with consistency and thought put into the details. Here, the details usually collapse under basic scrutiny. What is left is something that wants to feel ahead of its time, but ends up feeling shallow instead. And having an idle character is just copying K-pop. It feels like the writer saw how big K-pop was getting and thought, that is popular, I should throw something like that in too. It does not come off as natural world building. It comes off like a trend being plugged into the story after the fact. The idle character is not built from anything unique in the setting. She just reflects a real-world industry that already exists and is already successful. The problem is it does not really add anything new. It is not explored in a deeper or different way. It is just there to capture attention by borrowing something that is already popular elsewhere. That makes it feel less like creativity and more like imitation. So instead of feeling like a believable evolution of entertainment in that world, it just feels like a copy of modern K-pop culture dropped into the story without much thought about why it exists or what makes it different. The characters are shown playing real games like Pac-Man on the Ogma. But you can already play Pac-Man normally. So why would anyone need to do that? It feels like a gimmick for the sake of it. Adding augmented reality does not automatically make an old game better or more meaningful. In fact, it just adds unnecessary complexity to something that already works perfectly fine on a screen. If anything, it makes it less practical. Instead of sitting down and playing a quick round of Pac-Man, you now need a special device just to get the same basic experience, except projected into your environment for no real reason. That is not an upgrade, it is just extra steps. And it raises the bigger question of what the point even is. If the core game has not changed, then the technology is not improving the experience in any real way. It is just wrapping something simple in a flashy presentation and pretending that makes it new. It ends up feeling like another example of style being prioritized over function. Cool idea on paper, but in practice it does not add anything that actually matters to the player. The characters each get a free slice of cake for beating a round of Pac-Man. What does cake have to do with Pac-Man? It feels completely random. There is no connection between the reward and the game they are playing. Pac-Man is about chasing pellets and avoiding ghosts, not earning dessert like it is some kind of arcade loyalty program. If you are going to attach real-world rewards to gameplay, it should at least make some kind of sense within the system. Even then, it would still feel forced. But here it is not even tied to progression or skill in a meaningful way. It is just win a game, get cake. Like someone needed a cute reward and picked the first thing they could think of. It also makes the whole setup feel less like a real game and more like a promotional event. Instead of the gameplay being the focus, it turns into a vehicle for handing out unrelated perks. That breaks any sense of internal logic the system might have had. So it does not just feel odd, it feels careless. Like the game mechanics and the rewards were designed separately and then slapped together without any thought about whether they actually fit. And if you can get free food just by playing games, then that would completely break the basic logic of how the world is supposed to work. Nobody would need to buy food anymore. Even if it is just small rewards like a slice of cake, it does not stay small for long. People would figure out the easiest way to farm it and do it non-stop. If enough players are doing that, then restaurants, stores, and food services start losing customers fast. Why spend money when you can just grind a game instead? It is not even just about one reward. Once a system like that exists, it spreads. More games, more rewards, more companies trying to copy it. The whole idea of paying for basic needs starts getting distorted because people are getting real-world goods through entertainment instead of work or trade. And that is where it falls apart. Food is not supposed to be a gameplay bonus. It is a basic necessity tied to a real economy, supply chains, and labor. If you disconnect it from that and make it something you earn by playing a game, you are not just changing gaming, you are messing with how real-life incentives work. So yeah, it sounds fun on the surface, but it completely collapses under even basic thinking. Once you start handing out real necessities like rewards, the system stops making sense long before you even get to the game part. The entire economy of the world would collapse overnight. If a game like that starts handing out real food, goods, and services just for playing, then money stops meaning what it is supposed to mean. People would shift immediately from working for income to grinding the game for rewards. Any system that bypasses work, wages, and trade at that scale does not stay contained. It spreads until normal. Economic activity cannot compete. Businesses would not be able to function if their customers can get essentials for free through gameplay. Employers would not be able to keep workers if those same workers can earn what they need by logging into a game instead of showing up to a job. That breaks both sides of the system at once. Supply and demand. And it would not take long. Once people realize they can survive without participating in the traditional economy, participation drops fast. Not gradually, not slowly, but in a cascade as more people abandon work for the easier option. The problem is not just that it is unrealistic, it is that it ignores how tightly connected real economies are. You cannot inject a free reward system that replaces basic needs without everything else falling apart. The story treats it like a cool feature, but in reality it would destabilize everything long before it ever became normal. Everyone at the Sword Art Online Survivor School got a free Ogma. How would that even work? A device like that would probably cost a lot of money. So how can they afford to just hand out thousands of them to random school children? That is the part that does not add up. In any real situation, advanced tech like that would be expensive to manufacture, distribute, and maintain. Companies would not just give it away on a massive scale unless there was a very clear return on investment. Either they are making money back through subscriptions, data collection, or long-term contracts, or they are selling it at a premium elsewhere to offset the cost. But none of that is really explained in a grounded way. It is just everyone gets one, like there are no financial limits at all. That ignores basic economics. Even if the device is heavily subsidized, giving it to thousands of students for free would still cost an enormous amount of resources. And then there is the bigger question of why a school would even be the group receiving this kind of tech in the first place. Schools do not usually get mass distribution of cutting-edge consumer devices unless there is a very specific program behind it, and that would need funding, planning, and oversight. So instead of feeling like a believable rollout, it just feels like the devices are being handed out because the story needs everyone to have them. It is another case where the practical side of the idea is ignored in favor of convenience for the plot. The Ogma has a touchscreen and players need to type out messages. Why even use it at that point? It would be the same as using a normal smartphone. That is where the design starts to feel pointless. If the main way you interact with it is tapping a screen and typing, then the whole augmented reality part is barely doing anything. You are not really using the environment, you are just using a phone with extra steps. It raises the question of what the device is actually improving. If communication still depends on manual typing, then it is not more advanced in any meaningful way for daily use. It is just a more complicated interface for something that already works fine on existing devices. And that is the issue. Technology is supposed to reduce friction, not add it. If a smartphone already lets you send messages instantly, then replacing it with something that does the same thing but worse, while also requiring you to wear it or rely on extra hardware, does not feel like progress. So instead of feeling like a next-generation device, it comes off like a novelty. Something built around the idea of future tech, without considering whether it actually improves the user experience in any practical way. Bosses from Sword Art Online appear in Ordinal Scale. How is that even possible and legal? Sword Art Online was created by a different company. You cannot just legally take bosses from another game and put them in your game. In any real situation, that would raise immediate legal problems. Game assets, designs, and characters are intellectual property. If another company reused them without permission, it would be copyright infringement. At minimum, there would need to be licensing agreements, contracts, and clear rights transfer before anything like that could happen. But in the story, it is treated like it is normal. There is no mention of negotiations, permissions, or even basic ownership concerns. The bosses just show up as if they are public resources that anyone can copy and reuse. That is not how the industry works at all. Even beyond legality, it also breaks the logic of the world itself. If these bosses are tied to a different game universe, then importing them into a new system would require explaining how that data was obtained, converted, and integrated. None of that is addressed. It is just assumed to work because the plot needs it to. So it ends up feeling less like a believable crossover and more like borrowed content used for convenience. It ignores both real-world legal structure and basic technical consistency, which makes the whole thing feel even more disconnected from how games actually operate. Even if it was legal, why would they want to do it? Real people died because of these bosses during the death game. It is not something for fun and giggles. That is what makes it feel so off. These are not just random game enemies with no history. They are tied to an event where players were trapped and killed. Turning that into content for a new game strips away all the weight of what happened. Even if a company somehow had the rights, there is still a basic judgment issue. Most developers would avoid anything that could remind people of a mass trauma event inside a game. It would come across as insensitive at best and exploitative at worst. And it does not even add anything meaningful to the experience. Using those bosses is not necessary for gameplay or world building. It is just there for recognition and nostalgia, like it is supposed to be a cool reference instead of something that carries real history within the story. So it ends up feeling like the setting ignores its own consequences. Something that should be treated carefully is instead used as entertainment filler, without really addressing what those events meant for the characters who lived through them. And the bosses were created for a virtual reality game. Augmented reality is completely different. That is another part that does not line up. Virtual reality is a fully closed environment. Everything is controlled, from the world design to how objects behave, because the system replaces what the player sees entirely. That is why something like a boss fight can exist there in a stable way. Augmented reality is not that. It is layered on top of the real world. It has to deal with real spaces, real lighting, real movement, and unpredictable environments. You cannot just drop a fully designed virtual reality boss into that and expect it to behave the same way. The conditions are completely different. So when the story takes something built for virtual reality and just inserts it into augmented reality like it is interchangeable, it stops making sense. The physics, interaction systems, and spatial design would all need to be rebuilt from the ground up to even function properly. None of that is acknowledged. It feels like the two systems are treated as if they are basically the same thing, when in reality they are not even close. One replaces reality, the other has to work around it. Mixing them without explanation just creates more holes in how the technology is supposed to function. People playing the game would look really dumb to everyone else not wearing an augma. It would just look like they are running around crazily. That is another part that breaks immersion once you think about it. From an outside perspective, there is literally nothing visible happening. No monsters, no effects, no context. Just people suddenly dodging, swinging at air, shouting, and reacting to things that do not exist in the real world. To anyone who is not using the device, it would look chaotic or even concerning. You would not see gameplay. You would just see random behavior in public spaces. That creates a disconnect between what players think is happening and what everyone else actually sees. And that would cause practical problems too. In real life, behavior like that would draw attention fast. People might think something is wrong, or that players are acting erratically. Even if augmented reality is normalized in that world, it still does not change the fact that the physical actions look unhinged without the visual context. It also raises the question of how this is supposed to work socially. A game that depends on physical movement in public spaces needs some kind of shared understanding or visible overlay system for bystanders. Otherwise, it just turns into confusion every time someone plays. So instead of feeling like a smooth, futuristic experience, it starts to feel awkward. The more you imagine it in a real environment, the more it looks like people pretending to fight invisible things in public while everyone else watches and has no idea what is going on. And since the game overlays on top of the real world, how are players supposed to see what is happening in the real world? What if they run into the street and get hit by a car? That is one of the biggest problems with the whole setup. If the Augma is feeding players visuals that take over their attention, then it creates a real safety issue. People are still physically moving in real spaces, but their focus is split between reality and the game. If the overlay is strong enough to make enemies and effects feel real, then it is also strong enough to distract someone from basic awareness. That means things like traffic, pedestrians, or obstacles become easy to miss. And in a real-world environment, missing those things is not just a gameplay mistake. It is dangerous. The system would need some kind of strict safety layer to prevent that. Either hard limits that block gameplay near roads, or constant alerts that force the attention of the players back to reality when something risky is nearby. Without that, the risk of accidents would be extremely high. But the story does not really deal with that side of it. It just assumes people can safely run around in augmented reality without addressing how much information their brain is actually processing at once. It treats it like the real world becomes a playground, when in reality the real world does not stop being dangerous just because a game is running on top of it. So the more you think about it, the less stable it feels. A system like that would need far more safeguards and restrictions than what is shown, otherwise it is basically inviting accidents the moment people get too immersed. And how are players able to feel wind and weight effects? This is augmented reality. None of that is actually happening. That is where the illusion really starts to fall apart. Augmented reality, by definition, only changes what you see. It does not change what your body physically experiences. So if a player is feeling wind, impact, or weight shifts, then the system is doing something far beyond simple visual overlays. For that to work, there would need to be additional hardware that interacts with the body itself. Something like full body haptics, motion feedback, or environmental simulation. But none of that is clearly established in a way that explains how it is consistently producing those sensations for every player in a stable, realistic way. Without that, it becomes inconsistent. Visual effects alone cannot make someone feel resistance or physical force. If a player swings at an enemy and feels impact, that requires force feedback. If they feel wind from movement, that requires some kind of controlled airflow system or wearable tech. Otherwise, it is just imagination filling in the gaps. So when the story treats these sensations as normal parts of augmented reality, it blurs the line between AR and full sensory simulation without explaining how the jump is made. It starts to resemble virtual reality or even full neural interface territory, but it is still being labeled as something much simpler. That gap in explanation is what makes it feel ungrounded. The technology is doing things it should not be able to do under its own definition, and the story does not really address how or why that is possible. The game does not even seem all that fun. Since you actually have to physically run around, people who are out of shape or not athletic will struggle. That immediately creates a barrier that has nothing to do with skill or strategy. It turns what should be a game into something that favors physical ability more than anything else. If you are faster, stronger, or have better stamina, you already have an advantage before the game even begins. That kind of design excludes a lot of players right away. People who are older, injured, or just not in great shape are automatically at a disadvantage, even if they understand the game better. That is not balanced gameplay. That is just physical fitness deciding outcomes. It also changes the idea of what fun is supposed to mean in a game. Most games let players compete on equal terms regardless of their body type or physical condition. This setup does the opposite. It turns every match into a real-world workout, whether the player wants that or not. So instead of being an accessible, enjoyable experience, it becomes something that only certain people can fully keep up with. And for everyone else, it is either frustrating or exhausting rather than entertaining. Virtual reality is a lot better since you do not have to physically do every action. In VR, the whole point is that the system handles the translation between what you do and what happens in the game. You are not actually running, jumping, or swinging in full physical space the way you would in an augmented reality setup. Instead, you use controlled inputs, limited movement, or track gestures that do not require full body exertion. That makes it more practical and more accessible. People can play for longer periods without getting exhausted, and the experience is still consistent regardless of their fitness level or physical environment. You are not dependent on having a large safe space to move around in, and you are not constantly at risk of running into real-world obstacles. It also allows for more complex gameplay design. Developers can create actions that would be impossible or unsafe in real life because the system is simulating them instead of physically demanding them. That opens up far more variety in mechanics and interaction. So compared to an augmented reality setup where you are expected to physically perform everything in real space, VR actually separates gameplay from physical limitation. It keeps the focus on interaction and experience, rather than turning the real body of the player into the main control system. Players are using guns in Ordinal Scale, but Sword Art Online was melee only. So the bosses were designed around close-range combat. That alone creates a huge balance problem. In the original setup, those bosses were built to pressure players at close range, punish timing mistakes, and force direct engagement. That is where their difficulty comes from. They are not designed to deal with ranged attacks or players staying safely outside their reach. So if you suddenly introduce guns, the entire fight breaks. Players could just stay at a distance and chip away at health without ever engaging with the core mechanics the boss was designed around. That removes most of the challenge instantly. It also highlights how mismatched the systems are. You are taking enemies tuned for one combat style and dropping them into a completely different one. That is not just a small adjustment issue. It changes the entire balance of the encounter. So yeah, it is another reason why it does not work. The bosses are not just familiar enemies. They are built around specific rules. Once those rules change, they stop functioning the way they were intended, and the whole idea falls apart. It is clear the writer did not think it through. It feels like the main idea was just it would be cool to see the bosses from Sword Art Online, and everything else was built around that. Instead of asking whether it actually makes sense in a new system, or how the mechanics would change, or what the consequences would be, the focus seems to be on spectacle. If something looks recognizable or exciting, it gets included, even if it does not fit the rules of the world it is being placed into. That is why so many of the details feel inconsistent once you start breaking them down. The technology, the gameplay, the balance, and even the logic of how things transfer between systems are all secondary to the idea of bringing back familiar elements. So the end result is a lot of moments that feel like fan service first, and world building second. It is not built from a consistent set of rules. It is built from what would look cool on screen, even if it does not really hold together when you think about how it would actually work. The boss fights look really stupid. There is no strategy involved. Everyone is just attacking randomly. There does not seem to be any clear pattern recognition, positioning, or coordination that actually matters. It just turns into a crowd of players swinging or shooting at the boss whenever they get a chance, without any real sense of timing or structure. That removes the tension that normally makes boss fights interesting. A good boss fight usually has rules you learn over time. You watch for attacks, you adjust your positioning, and you work out when it is safe to act. But here it feels like none of that is really present or necessary. If the best approach is just constant attacking, then the fight stops being tactical and turns into noise. It also makes the boss itself feel less threatening. Instead of being something that forces players to adapt, it becomes something that just stands there while everyone piles damage onto it. That lowers the stakes and makes the encounter feel flat. So instead of a carefully designed challenge, it ends up looking chaotic and unstructured, like a group of players hitting something until it eventually goes down rather than actually engaging with a meaningful fight system. And the Sword Art Online survivors should have fought the boss before, so they would have an unfair advantage since they already know the attack patterns. That creates a serious balance issue right away. If a group of players has prior experience with the same bosses, then they are not approaching the fight on equal terms with everyone else. They already know timing, phases, weak points, and likely strategies, while newer players are going in blind. In any competitive or cooperative system, that kind of knowledge gap matters a lot. Boss fights are usually designed around discovery and adaptation. Once you remove that uncertainty for a specific group, the difficulty is no longer the same for everyone involved. It also undermines the fairness of the event itself. If the goal is to challenge the entire player base, then giving a subset of players prior exposure means the challenge is not evenly distributed. They are effectively skipping part of the learning curve that everyone else has to go through. So instead of being a shared challenge, it becomes uneven from the start. Some players are reacting in real time, while others are just repeating known patterns. That makes the outcome feel less like a fair test of skill and more like an advantage that should not exist in the first place. Nothing about this game is fair or balanced. If it were real, people would complain constantly, and a lot of them would just stop playing. The systems are stacked in ways that reward being in the right place at the right time, not consistent skill or effort. Limited events, uneven rewards, and mechanics that depend on timing instead of ability all create frustration instead of competition. In any real online community, that kind of design gets called out immediately. Players are quick to notice when a game favors certain groups over others. If progression depends too heavily on events or special conditions, then a large part of the player base will feel excluded. That is usually when reviews drop, forums fill with complaints, and people start leaving for more stable systems. And the bigger issue is trust. Once players feel like the rules are inconsistent or unfair, they stop believing in the structure of the game. They stop seeing it as something worth investing time into because the outcome feels unpredictable or biased. So in a real setting, a game like this would struggle to maintain a stable player base. Either it would be heavily reworked to fix those issues, or it would lose most of its audience over time. The way it is presented would not hold up under normal player expectations for fairness, balance, and consistency. Yuna boosted the points for all the players after they defeated the boss. But what is the reason for that? Defeating the boss should already be the reward in itself. That kind of extra reward system feels unnecessary and a bit artificial. If players already succeed at a major challenge, the achievement should carry its own value. Giving out bonus points on top of that makes it feel like the game is trying too hard to manufacture excitement instead of letting the gameplay speak for itself. It also raises balance issues. If rewards are inflated every time something important happens, then points stop meaning anything. Progression becomes less about effort or skill and more about whatever bonus system is currently active. That weakens the sense of accomplishment because everything gets boosted regardless of performance. And it makes the whole system feel less consistent. If rewards can be freely adjusted or amplified by a character like Yuna, then the structure of the game is not really stable. It becomes unclear what actions are actually worth and what the real standards of progression are supposed to be. So instead of reinforcing the achievement, it ends up undermining it. The boss defeat should stand on its own, but the extra point boost makes it feel more like a scripted celebration than a meaningful reward earned through gameplay. And it also creates a fear of missing out. Players who were not there do not get the boosted points, so it is unfair. That kind of system immediately splits the player base into two groups, the ones who were present and the ones who were not. If rewards are significantly higher for being in the right place at the right time, then progression stops being consistent. It becomes dependent on timing and availability rather than effort or skill. That is where FOMO starts to take over. Players feel pressured to always be online or always be ready, just in case something big happens. Missing one event does not just mean missing a moment of gameplay. It means falling behind in progression compared to everyone else who happened to be there. It also creates an imbalance between players who have different schedules. People who cannot play constantly are automatically disadvantaged, even if they are just as skilled or more dedicated in other ways. That makes the system feel less fair and less stable overall. So instead of rewarding achievement in a consistent way, it turns rewards into limited time advantages. That undermines fairness and pushes players into a cycle where they feel like they have to keep up constantly or risk being left behind. The player who works the hardest gets a special reward, which is also really dumb. It is like the last attack bonus item in Sword Art Online. It is unfair and unbalanced. On paper, it sounds like it is rewarding effort, but in practice it creates a system that is heavily skewed towards specific conditions rather than actual skill. Hardest working is not something a game can measure cleanly in a multiplayer boss fight. It usually just ends up meaning whoever landed the final hit or whoever the system decided contributed the most in a way it can track. That is exactly why mechanics like a last hit bonus are controversial. They do not always reflect who actually performed best in the fight. Someone could do most of the damage, control the battlefield, or support the team, and still lose out on the reward because they did not get the final blow. So instead of encouraging teamwork or balanced contribution, it pushes players towards selfish behavior. People start focusing on securing the finishing hit rather than playing in a coordinated way. That undermines the entire point of cooperative combat. And when you combine that with a special reward for the hardest worker, it just amplifies the same problem. It turns a group effort into a competition over credit, which makes the system feel unfair and poorly designed rather than rewarding in a meaningful way. Yuna having to kiss Asuna on the cheek to give her the bonus points feels completely unnecessary. Why is that even part of the system? It does not add anything to the reward, the mechanics, or the meaning of the moment. It comes across like the game is forcing in a visual gesture that has nothing to do with gameplay. If the goal is to distribute bonus points, that could be done instantly and cleanly through the system itself. There is no need for a physical action tied to it, especially one that involves specific character interaction like that. That is why it feels out of place. It stops being about game logic and starts feeling like a staged moment. Instead of reinforcing the achievement in a meaningful way, it turns the reward into a performance, where the focus shifts away from the actual gameplay and onto the animation of the interaction. So rather than feeling like a justified mechanic, it feels like it was included for spectacle. It draws attention to the characters in a way that does not connect to the rules of the system or the logic of the world. It is just shoehorned fan service meant to make the viewer react for the sake of it. It does not feel like it grows out of the mechanics or the story rules. It feels like it was inserted purely because it would get attention in the moment, not because it actually makes sense for how the system works. When a scene exists just to create a reaction instead of serving the logic of the world, it stands out immediately. That is the issue here. The interaction is not justified by gameplay, character development, or any established system. It is just placed there as a visual beat, disconnected from anything that came before it or anything that comes after it. So instead of feeling like a natural part of the game world, it feels like the story briefly stops to show something flashy and emotional without earning it. It pulls focus away from the actual structure of the game and turns the moment into something that exists outside of it rather than inside it. Defeating the Sword Art Online boss gives players a lot of ranks. They want to keep it a secret, but how does everyone not know about it already? Most people would figure it out pretty quickly. Stuff like that would leak. In any real online system, information like that does not stay hidden for long. Players talk, share strategies, stream gameplay, and post guides. The moment someone discovers a high reward method, it spreads fast across the entire community. Trying to keep something like that secret in a large player base is almost impossible. So the idea that only a small group knows about it for any meaningful amount of time feels unrealistic. Even if the developers tried to obscure it, players would still notice patterns. Sudden rank increases, specific boss encounters giving large rewards, or consistent advantages tied to certain events would all stand out. And once players notice a pattern, it is over. The information gets shared, discussed, and tested until it becomes common knowledge. That is just how online games work. Communities are too large and too connected for major advantages to stay hidden. So it ends up feeling like another convenience for the story. The secrecy only works because the plot needs it to, not because it would realistically survive in a real player environment where information spreads instantly. And yet again, it creates a fear of missing out. Players who are busy or unavailable will be left behind for not defeating the Sword Art Online bosses. That is the same problem all over again, just in a different form. Progression is no longer something you can reliably work toward at your own pace. It becomes dependent on being present at specific events at specific times when specific content is available. If you are not there, you simply lose out on rewards that other players permanently gain. That creates pressure instead of enjoyment. People start feeling like they cannot take breaks, cannot miss sessions, and cannot play casually because missing one opportunity might mean falling behind in rank or efficiency compared to everyone else. It also makes the system feel uneven. Players with more free time gain a constant advantage, not necessarily because they are better at the game, but because they are more available when these events happen. That shifts the focus away from skill and toward scheduling. So instead of feeling like a fair competitive system, it turns into a race against time. The game stops being about consistent progress and starts being about not missing limited windows, which naturally leads to frustration and imbalance for anyone who cannot always be online. And we do not know how the ranking system even works. Is it hard to move up ranks or not? That lack of clarity is a problem on its own. A ranking system only feels meaningful if players understand what actions affect it and how progression is measured. If the rules are not clearly defined, then the system stops feeling like a skill-based structure and starts feeling arbitrary. Right now, it is not clear whether ranks are tied to performance, time played, event participation, or some hidden scoring method. If players cannot predict how their actions influence their rank, then it becomes impossible to plan or improve in a consistent way. That removes the sense of control that competitive systems rely on. It also makes comparisons between players meaningless. If one person climbs quickly and another barely moves, but the reason is not explained, then rank stops reflecting actual differences in ability or effort. It just becomes a number that goes up or down without a clear logic behind it. So instead of being a fair or transparent system, it feels opaque and inconsistent. And in any real game environment, that kind of uncertainty would quickly lead to confusion, frustration, and complaints from players who do not understand what they are supposed to do to improve. The leaderboard is shown, and apparently the ranking only goes up to 90,000. That is laughably small. If this is supposed to be a major game with widespread adoption, that number makes no sense. A competitive augmented reality system tied into real companies, events, and rewards would attract far more users than that. Even smaller mobile games regularly have player bases that go well beyond that scale. For comparison, a game like Pokemon Go has over 60 million active players. In that context, a leaderboard capped at 90,000 does not reflect a massive global system. It feels more like a niche competitive pool than something that dominates entertainment or culture the way the story implies. That mismatch creates a disconnect. The game is presented as something huge and influential, but the actual numbers shown do not support that idea. It makes the world feel inconsistent, like the scale was not fully thought through. So instead of reinforcing the idea of a global phenomenon, the leaderboard ends up undermining it. The scale feels too small for the level of impact the game is supposed to have, which makes the whole system feel less believable overall. 90,000 is tiny for any kind of massive video game. For something that is supposed to be a large-scale, world-spanning experience, that number just does not match the level of impact it is portrayed to have. Games that are considered even moderately successful usually reach far beyond that in active users, especially if they are online-focused and tied to constant events, rankings, and rewards. At 90,000 players, the whole system would feel limited. Matchmaking would be constrained, leaderboards would not feel truly global, and any sense of a living world would be reduced. You would expect repetition in encounters, smaller community interaction, and less diversity in how players approach the game. It also clashes with how the game is described. If it is supposed to be a major augmented reality phenomenon with real-world integration, corporate partnerships, and widespread participation, then the scale should reflect that. A number like 90,000 feels more like a specialized competitive community, not a massive cultural platform. So the issue is not just that the number is small, but that it does not support the weight the story puts on the game. The expectations and the reality do not line up, which makes the entire system feel less convincing as a large-scale global experience. How does Ordinal Scale even make money? Are there microtransactions or something? The game does not seem to be buy to play or have a subscription fee. That is a pretty big gap in the setup. The story presents a massive, high-tech augmented reality game with expensive hardware, corporate partnerships, and large-scale events, but it never clearly explains how any of that is financially sustained. If the game is free to play and has no subscription, then the most obvious answer would normally be microtransactions. Cosmetics, upgrades, convenience items, battle passes, or premium features are standard ways modern online games stay profitable. But none of that is really shown in a consistent way that explains how a system this large is paying for itself. And if it is not microtransactions, then it becomes even more unclear. Server costs, development, maintenance, hardware production, and corporate licensing deals all require significant funding. A system involving physical devices like Ogma would be especially expensive to produce and distribute at scale. So the result is a missing piece in the world building. The game is shown operating at a massive level, but the economic foundation behind it is not really addressed. That makes it harder to understand what motivates the companies involved or how the system is supposed to be sustainable long-term. In a real scenario, there would almost certainly need to be a clear revenue model, whether through direct purchases, subscriptions, data usage, or corporate sponsorship. Structures. Without that, the whole setup feels like it exists without the financial infrastructure that would normally be required to support it. Not to mention the fact that they are giving away so much free stuff like food. That alone makes the whole system even harder to justify. Food is not a small promotional item, it is a real cost. If a game is regularly handing out physical goods at scale, that is not just a bonus reward system anymore, it is a major ongoing expense. Even if it is just a slice of cake in some scenes, the principle does not change. Once you start converting gameplay into real-world consumables, you are dealing with supply chains, production costs, and distribution logistics. That would require serious funding and a clear business reason to absorb those losses. And the more frequently rewards like that appear, the less sustainable it becomes. Players would naturally optimize for those rewards, farming them as efficiently as possible, which increases the cost burden even further. At that point, the system is not just giving out perks, it is actively encouraging behavior that drains resources. So it raises the same unanswered question again. What is the incentive for the companies involved? If they are not directly making money back through subscriptions, transactions, or data value, then they are essentially operating at a loss for the sake of gameplay rewards. It ends up feeling like another layer of the same issue. The game is treated as if it can freely hand out real-world value without needing a solid financial structure behind it, which is not how anything at that scale would realistically function. The numbers in the Sword Art Online franchise never make any sense. Only 10,000 people played the first game, which is tiny for a massive MMO. For a full-scale online virtual world, that is an extremely small player base. Real MMOs that aim for global reach usually depend on millions of players to feel alive, with enough population spread across regions, servers, and activities to support a functioning in-game economy and social system. With only 10,000 players, the world would feel empty almost immediately. You would not get the density needed for large-scale interactions, competitive systems, or even basic matchmaking variety. It would feel more like a closed beta test or a limited release, not a global phenomenon. And that is what makes the scale inconsistent. The story treats it like a revolutionary, industry-defining game that captures massive attention, but the actual number given does not match that level of impact. A game that's small would not realistically support the kind of cultural footprint it is supposed to have. So the issue is not just the number itself, but what it implies. It creates a gap between what the world says the game is and what the data actually shows. Instead of feeling like a believable global MMO, it ends up feeling like a concept that is oversized in reputation but undersized in actual player base. It is stated that Alfheim Online has had a 30% drop in logins over the last 2 weeks because everyone is busy playing Ordinal Scale. But that claim already starts to fall apart when you look at the numbers. We saw that there are only about 90,000 Ordinal Scale players in total, which is already not a huge player base for something that is supposed to be this massive global hit. So if you try to take this seriously and say that 30% of Alfheim Online players left just to play Ordinal Scale, then that would mean the entire population of Alfheim Online must be shockingly small. At that point, it stops sounding like a living game world and starts sounding like a badly written excuse, because the math just does not add up no matter how you try to twist it. And if that many people really stopped playing the game just to jump to another game, then it was never a good game to begin with. A strong game does not fall apart the moment something new shows up. Good games keep their players because they actually offer something worth sticking around for, not just hype that fades the second something shinier appears. If a game loses a huge chunk of its player base that fast, it says more about the game itself than whatever new release people are moving to. It just shows it did not have much holding it together in the first place. RuneScape is over 25 years old, and there are still countless dedicated players sticking with it, myself included. People do not just quit because something new comes out and jump ship the second another game gets attention. A game like that survives because it actually gives players a reason to stay, with systems, progress, and community that keep its world alive over time. When a game is good, it builds loyalty that does not disappear just because something newer shows up. That is the difference between something that lasts and something that only survives on hype for a short time. They probably thought they were being clever by adding that scene of Alfheim online players leaving to play Ordinal Scale like it was supposed to look impressive or hype up the new thing. But all it really does is backfire on them. Instead of making Ordinal Scale look amazing, it just makes Alfheim Online look empty and weak. It is basically an unintentional confession that the game cannot hold its own player base the moment something else shows up. If everyone drops it that fast, it does not make the new game look better, it just exposes how little people cared about the original in the first place. Ordinal Scale is not even a virtual reality game, it is augmented reality. And that alone already makes the whole setup feel shaky. You are telling me people are supposedly ditching full-dive VR worlds for something that is just overlaying stuff onto the real world. That is not an upgrade, that is a downgrade in almost every way that matters for immersion. If players are really abandoning full VR for AR like that, then it does not make the new game look impressive, it makes the old game look weak and unimportant. It feels less like a believable shift in gaming trends and more like the story forcing people to move on just so the new thing can exist. Does Yuna appear at every boss battle, or only the ones involving bosses from Sword Art Online content in Ordinal Scale? If it is only the latter, then the whole system already starts to fall apart. Because if players know that having Yuna present gives them bonuses, then there is basically no reason for them to show up to any other boss battles at all. Why would anyone willingly choose a worse reward or a weaker setup when they know there is a better option available somewhere else? It just creates a situation where certain fights should be completely ignored, which makes the whole idea feel unbalanced and poorly thought out. It would also be very unfair to players who are busy and cannot attend that particular boss fight in Ordinal Scale. If rewards or bonuses are tied to something like that, then anyone who misses it is already at a disadvantage through no fault of their own. It turns the whole system into a time gate instead of actual gameplay, where success depends less on skill or effort and more on whether you were online at the exact right moment. That is not a fair or balanced design, it just punishes people for having a life outside the game and creates a system where progress feels inconsistent and frustrating. The bosses in Ordinal Scale are so random and do not follow any clear pattern. One minute you are fighting a samurai lord, and the next you are thrown into a completely different type of enemy with no real build-up or logic connecting them, so there is no sense of progression or theme that ties anything together. Instead of following a structured design or a clear idea of how the world works, it just feels like a messy mix of random ideas thrown together with no real thought behind it. But I guess that is not too shocking. Sword Art Online has always felt like a messy mix of random ideas anyway. It jumps from one concept to another without really building anything in a steady or meaningful way, and it often feels like the story is just making things up as it goes instead of following a clear plan. So when you see that same kind of randomness show up again in Ordinal Scale, it does not really feel surprising anymore. It just feels like the same pattern repeating itself, where things are thrown together for spectacle rather than built with any real consistency or thought. A random boss spawn right near Klein and his friends in Ordinal Scale just raises more questions than it answers. How does this even work? Are bosses just spawning wherever players happen to be standing, with no rules, no zones, and no system in place to control it? It does not feel like a real game mechanic, it just feels like something happens because the story needs it to happen at that exact moment. There is no sense of structure or fairness, just random events popping up out of nowhere to push the scene forward. The writer clearly did not plan anything out. He just throws ideas together as the story goes and hopes it all works out in the moment. Nothing feels structured or thought through, it just jumps from one situation to the next without any real logic holding it together. Instead of building a consistent world with rules that actually matter, it feels like things change depending on whatever the scene needs at the time. It is laughable how Sword Art Online fans think this is good. The story keeps stacking up random ideas, weak logic, and convenience after convenience, yet it is still treated like something deep or well-written. When you actually look at it closely, a lot of it falls apart the moment you start asking basic questions about how anything is supposed to work. It does not feel consistent or carefully built, it just feels like things happen because the plot needs them to happen. The Griffin boss in Ordinal Scale can use lightning attacks, but that is not really a thing in Greek mythology. Griffins in myth are usually just guardian creatures tied to gold and treasure, not magical lightning-wielding monsters. So adding electric powers on top of that just feels random, like they picked a cool effect without caring if it actually fits the source material at all. It breaks any sense of consistency or mythological grounding and just turns the boss into another flashy design with no real thought behind it. It just comes off like there was no real effort to keep any of the mythology consistent or grounded. It gives the impression that there was no real research or attempt to respect the original myths, just a focus on flashy ideas rather than anything consistent or meaningful. But Sword Art Online has completely butchered mythology in the previous arcs as well, so this is not even something new at this point. It keeps taking names and ideas from real myths and then stripping out anything that made them meaningful, just turning them into random game enemies with no real identity or logic behind them. Instead of respecting the source material, it just uses it as decoration and does whatever it wants with it, even when it makes no sense. So by the time you get to Sword Art Online the movie, Ordinal Scale, it is already hard to take anything seriously, because the series has already shown over and over that it does not really care about consistency or accuracy when it comes to mythology. The author is just using mythology because it is in the public domain, so there is no real barrier to taking those ideas and reusing them freely. In Ordinal Scale, mythological names and concepts often show up more like convenient building blocks than carefully adapted material. Instead of feeling like the mythology is being explored or reinterpreted in a meaningful way, it can come across as surface-level borrowing, where familiar elements are used for recognition, rather than depth or originality. Asuna gets bonus points for landing the final attack. Once again, that is unfair. In Ordinal Scale, it creates a system where timing the last hit matters more than the actual teamwork or effort that went into the fight. It turns something that should be shared among everyone into a reward that only goes to one person for being in the right place at the right moment. That kind of design feels inconsistent and frustrating, because it ignores the contribution of the rest of the group and just hands out extra rewards based on a narrow condition that does not reflect the overall performance. Everyone who participated in the boss fight should get equal rewards. In Ordinal Scale, when rewards are tied to things like final hits or bonus conditions, it ends up undermining the whole idea of teamwork. A boss fight is supposed to be a group effort where everyone contributes, whether they are dealing damage, supporting, or just helping the team survive. If only certain players get extra rewards while others who were actively involved get less, it creates an unfair system where effort is not really valued equally. It makes participation feel less meaningful and turns what should be a shared achievement into something that depends on narrow conditions instead of actual contribution. The fact that everyone else is just happy for Asuna and congratulating her feels really unrealistic. She gets the bonus reward for the final hit, and instead of anyone being annoyed or upset about it, everyone just acts supportive like nothing is wrong. In a real situation, especially in a competitive game where rewards actually matter, you would expect people to complain, argue, or at least be frustrated that the bonus did not go to the whole group. People would be calling it unfair or saying the system is broken, not just smiling and moving on. The way it is handled just feels too clean and convenient, like it is written to avoid conflict rather than reflect how players would actually react. It is also stated that Gun Gale Online has had a huge drop in logins, and that people might just be getting bored of virtual reality. That idea feels really implausible on its own. In real life, something like full dive VR would be a massive shift in how people experience games, and it would not just fade away because of simple boredom. If anything, people would still be exploring it, experimenting with it, and sticking around because it is such a different experience compared to anything else available. So the idea that players would just collectively lose interest that quickly feels more like a convenient plot explanation than something grounded in how players would actually behave. It is like in the Jurassic World movies where they say people are bored of dinosaurs. No, they would not be. In real life, something like that would never just become normal to the point where people stop caring. If dinosaurs were suddenly brought back, people would still be completely fascinated by them, no matter how many times they saw them. It is the same issue in Sword Art Online when it suggests players are just getting bored of full-dive virtual reality in Gun Gale Online. That kind of technology would not lose appeal that quickly, especially when it is still so new and different compared to anything else. Both ideas feel like excuses written to move the story forward, not something that actually matches how people would realistically react. And by including this kind of scene, especially within the context of its broader world, it ends up coming across like an unintentional admission that the virtual reality games themselves are not actually that engaging. Instead of making the world feel exciting or alive, the story has to lean on the idea that players are getting bored and leaving, which undercuts the very thing it is trying to sell. If your own setting needs characters to constantly lose interest in the core experience just to push the plot forward, it starts to feel like the problem is not with the players in the story, but with how the games are written and presented. Why did the writer think it was a good idea to include a scene like this? It just feels like it undercuts the whole premise. It would be like making a story about basketball and then, halfway through, deciding everyone gets bored of playing basketball for no real reason. At that point, you are not building up the world or making it feel real, you are just removing interest in the very thing the story is supposed to be about. It creates this weird disconnect where the setting is meant to be exciting, but the narrative keeps telling you that people are losing interest in it, which makes the whole thing feel less convincing instead of more grounded. Every boss monster that shows up in Ordinal Scale follows the same pattern as the dungeons back in Sword Art Online. It is not subtle. It is not clever. It is a straight copy of the old floor bosses, just dressed up to look new. The fights, the setups, even the feel of each battle all point back to Aincrad. Anyone who paid attention can see it. But here is the problem. Sword Art Online was built on 100 floors. 100. Each floor had its own space, its own danger, its own reason to exist. It was a full world stacked on itself, not some flat playground. It had depth. It had scale. You moved up, floor by floor, earning every step. Ordinal Scale throws that away. It takes something that was meant to rise and turns it into a flat map. There is no climb. There is no weight to progress. Bosses just appear, one after another, with none of the structure that made them matter before. Feels empty. Feels lazy. And it still does not explain how Ordinal Scale is even allowed to use the exact same bosses from Sword Art Online. That is not a small detail you can brush aside. It is a completely different game, built by a different company, with a different system and a different purpose. Yet somehow it just pulls in the same bosses like nothing matters. That makes no sense. In any real setting, you do not get to copy exact enemy designs, attack patterns, and full encounters from another game without some kind of deal or shared system. There should be rules. There should be limits. Instead, Ordinal Scale acts like it can just grab whatever it wants from Sword Art Online and drop it into a new format with zero explanation. Feels cheap. It feels like the story expects people to clap just because they recognize something. No effort is made to explain the link between the two games in a way that holds up. No clear reason is given for why these bosses exist again in perfect form. It is just thrown in and left there. So instead of feeling like a clever connection, it feels like a shortcut. It breaks the sense of a real world with real rules. It makes the whole thing look sloppy, like the creators did not care enough to make it make sense. And then there is the part where Kirito buys a drink and just gets handed a free coupon like it is nothing. Sounds small, but it adds up fast. Ordinal Scale keeps throwing out rewards, items, bonuses, and perks at every turn. Free drinks, rare drops, event prizes, constant incentives. That kind of system burns money. So who is paying for all of this? Ordinal Scale acts like they have an endless budget. But that does not just happen. Servers cost money. Hardware costs money. Development costs money. And handing out constant free rewards on top of that makes it worse. The story barely touches this. It expects you to accept that a company can flood players with freebies while running a full-scale augmented reality system across an entire city. No clear revenue stream is shown. No real business model is explained. Are players paying enough to cover it? Are sponsors involved? Is user data being sold? The story stays quiet. That silence makes the whole thing feel off. A system like Ordinal Scale should have limits. It should feel grounded in some kind of logic. Instead, it looks like an endless giveaway with no cost, and that breaks the illusion. It stops feeling like a real product and starts feeling like a setup that only exists to push the plot forward. And the worst part is that Kirito was not even playing Ordinal Scale at that moment. He was not in a fight. He was not clearing an event. He was not doing anything tied to the game. He was just standing there, buying a drink like a normal person. So why does the system reward him? That breaks the rules the story pretends to have. If rewards are tied to gameplay, then fine, at least that follows some logic. But this is not gameplay. This is real life. Yet the game still reaches into that moment and hands him a bonus like it is desperate to keep him hooked. It does not matter what he is doing. It does not matter if he is even trying to engage. The system just throws rewards at him anyway. That makes it look less like a game and more like a machine that is constantly pushing incentives, no matter how little sense it makes. There is no boundary. There is no discipline. It feels forced, like the world bends just to keep the reward loop going. So instead of feeling like a clever integration of game and reality, it feels sloppy. If everything counts as progress, then nothing has weight. If you get rewards for doing nothing, then the entire system loses meaning. This time the boss is some giant crustacean monster, and it just proves the same problem again. The bosses in Ordinal Scale do not follow any clear pattern. There is no structure. There is no sense of progression. It just throws whatever looks big and loud onto the screen and calls it a boss. No build-up. It does not feel like a world. It feels like a pile of ideas thrown together with no care for how they connect. That kills any sense of tension. If bosses can be anything at any time, then there is nothing to learn and nothing to prepare for. You cannot read patterns. You cannot improve. You just react to whatever random thing shows up next. So instead of feeling unpredictable in a good way, it feels careless. It feels like the system has no rules, and when there are no rules, the whole thing starts to fall apart. And then it gets even worse. Another boss suddenly shows up, and it is supposed to be from floor 91 of Sword Art Online. Floor 91. A place the players never even reached. The game ended at floor 75. That area was never cleared, never seen, never experienced by the people who were actually trapped there. So how does anyone recognize it? The players should have no idea what they are looking at. There is no shared memory of that fight. No recorded clear data. No first-hand experience. Yet the scene acts like this boss has meaning, like it is something people can react to and understand. It is pulled out of nowhere and treated like it belongs. And it gets worse when you think about the developers of Ordinal Scale. How do they even know this boss exists? The upper floors were never fully explored in public. That data should not just be sitting around for anyone to grab. So either the story expects you to believe that complete data for unreached floors was somehow preserved and handed over with no issue, or it expects you not to think about it at all. Both options are weak. One raises more questions than it answers. The other is just lazy. It breaks the internal logic. It makes the world feel fake. Instead of a connected system with rules, it turns into a grab bag of whatever looks cool, even if it should not exist. Back in Sword Art Online, there was a clear rule. One boss per floor. That boss was the focus. Players studied it, planned around it, and fought it as a group with a real strategy. It had weight because everything led up to that single encounter. Ordinal Scale throws that out. Two bosses at once means split attention, split resources, and chaos for no reason. It is not a test of skill. It is a pile-on. You cannot read two different patterns cleanly at the same time, especially when the game already refuses to follow any consistent logic. It also wrecks pacing. A boss fight is supposed to feel like a peak moment. When you stack them together, that peak flattens, turns into noise. There is no build-up, no focus, just overload. And from a design view, it looks desperate. Like the game thinks more equals better, so it doubles the threat instead of building a better encounter. But more pressure without structure does not make things exciting. It just makes them messy. So instead of raising the stakes in a smart way, it exposes the same problem again. No rules, no discipline, no sense of how a boss fight is supposed to work. And then Asuna gets hit once and loses all of her HP. One hit. Fight over. So what exactly is the point of calling this a fight? In any system that even pretends to be fair, there is a balance. Damage, defense, skill, timing. You take hits, you recover, you adapt. That is what makes a boss battle mean something. But in Ordinal Scale, that balance just disappears. If a boss can erase a player in a single hit with no counterplay, then there is no strategy. There is no learning. There is no room to improve. Turns the whole thing into a joke. Why grind levels? Why train? Why even show up if one random hit ends everything? That is not difficulty. That is cheap design. It punishes players without giving them a real chance to respond. And it also breaks the logic of the world. This is supposed to be a public game played in real spaces. People are meant to enjoy it, compete, and keep coming back. No one sticks with a system where they just get wiped out instantly with no warning. That kind of design kills engagement fast. So instead of raising the stakes, it just exposes how broken the system is. It is not intense. It is not exciting. It is just unfair, and it makes the whole setup look poorly thought out. At this point, nothing about Ordinal Scale looks fun. It looks exhausting, unfair, and badly put together. If this were a real game, there would be no reason to stick with it. You have random bosses with no pattern. You have fights that end in one hit. You have rewards handed out for doing nothing, which kills any sense of progress. You have recycled content pulled from Sword Art Online with no clear reason why it is even there. None of that builds a good experience. It just creates noise. A real game needs structure. It needs rules that players can understand and work with. It needs a fair challenge that pushes people to improve without punishing them for no reason. This does none of that. It throws chaos at the player and expects them to call it excitement. And the worst part is that it tries to sell all of this as something revolutionary. A full city turned into a game space sounds impressive on paper, but the second you look at how it actually works, it falls apart. No balance, no consistency, no respect for the player's time. So no, if this existed in real life, most people would walk away. Not because it is too hard, but because it is badly designed. It does not reward skill. It does not respect effort. It just wastes time and calls it gameplay. If players in real life were getting dropped in one hit, the reaction would not be hype. It would be non-stop complaints. In Ordinal Scale, a system like that would get torn apart the second people experienced it. No one accepts a game where you walk into a fight and get erased before you can even react. That is not a challenge. That is wasted time. Players would call it out immediately. They would say the balance is broken, the bosses are unfair, and the whole system feels rigged. Forums, reviews, social media, all of it would be filled with people asking why they bothered to play at all. And they would be right. A real player base expects some level of control. You lose because you made a mistake, not because the game decided you were done. When a boss can one-shot you with no warning, no counter, and no way to learn from it, there is nothing to improve on. You just fail and repeat, or more likely, you quit. Compared to how things worked in Sword Art Online, where fights had build-up and at least some room for strategy, this just looks like a downgrade. It strips away everything that made combat engaging and replaces it with cheap shock value. So if this were real, the player base would not stick around. They would drag the game's reputation into the ground, and it would deserve it. A system that punishes players without giving them a fair chance does not survive for long. Eiji points a sword at the neck of Kirito, and the scene tries to treat it like a serious threat. But it does not really hold up. In Ordinal Scale, this is augmented reality. There is no physical blade. There is no real weight. There is no real object pressing against skin. It is a visual overlay on top of the real world. If the system stops or glitches, the sword is gone. There is nothing actually there. So the story asks the viewer to treat something invisible as if it has the same impact as a real weapon. That only works if the rules of the system support it. But the system itself is inconsistent. Earlier it already shows that damage, attacks, and even boss fights behave in unstable ways. So suddenly treating a projected image as a life or death threat does not fit cleanly with anything that came before. It becomes more of a dramatic pose than a real danger. The tension is supposed to come from the idea of threat, not from anything grounded in the mechanics of the world. But when the mechanics are already unclear, the moment loses weight. Compared to the grounded danger of Sword Art Online, where death was tied to a real system with real consequences, this feels weaker. It is trying to recreate that intensity without the same foundation. And without that foundation, it ends up feeling hollow instead of threatening. The players fail to defeat the bosses in time and the bosses despawn. But there is another problem that the story just ignores. There were 2 bosses on the field, not 1. So if the game is following any kind of fair logic, the pressure should not just stay the same. It should increase. 2 targets means split focus, more damage coming in, more chaos, more time lost just trying to coordinate. If anything, the timer should feel tighter, or at the very least scaled to match the added difficulty. Instead, the system acts like nothing changed. In Ordinal Scale, the rules feel like they only exist when the plot needs them to exist. One moment, difficulty spikes in a way that makes survival nearly impossible. Next moment, the game just says time is up and the bosses disappear, as if the entire encounter was on a fixed script that does not care what actually happened in the fight. That breaks the internal logic completely. If 2 bosses are active at once, the challenge is not just double on paper. It is worse in practice. Players are dealing with overlapping attacks, divided attention, and constant pressure from different directions. Expecting them to perform under the same time limit as a single boss fight makes no sense. But the story does not address that. It just moves on. The players fail, the bosses vanish, and the system resets like it was always supposed to end that way. It creates the impression that the timer is not part of a real system. It is just a narrative switch that turns encounters on and off. And when a game feels like its rules only exist to serve the scene, not the players, the world stops feeling real. The fact that all the players are okay with this is honestly baffling. In a real game, people would not just accept it and move on. In Ordinal Scale, you see players dealing with unfair bosses, broken balance, one-hit deaths, random mechanics, and unclear rules. And yet most of them just keep playing like it is normal. That does not match how real players behave. If a game actually worked like this, the reaction would be immediate and loud. People would complain about the lack of balance. They would point out that boss fights are inconsistent. They would question why difficulty spikes without explanation. They would talk about how rewards feel random and how failure does not feel tied to skill. In any real online game, that kind of design gets exposed fast. Players talk. Communities form around criticism. Reviews pile up. If something feels unfair, it does not stay hidden for long. It becomes the main topic. Even in the world of Sword Art Online, where players have already experienced extreme conditions in the past, that does not mean they would just accept bad design. In fact, having gone through a deadly system before would make them even more sensitive to rules that feel inconsistent or unfair. So the silence feels wrong. It makes the world feel like it is not responding naturally to what is happening. Instead of a living player base reacting to a flawed system, it feels like everyone is just accepting whatever the plot requires. That is what makes it so hard to believe. In a real game, none of this would just pass without pushback. It turns out that players who die in Ordinal Scale have their memories of Sword Art Online erased and stolen. And that immediately raises a serious problem. How is that even supposed to work? Memory is not something a normal game can touch. It is not a file sitting on a server waiting to be edited. It is tied to the human brain. So the idea that a consumer game could selectively erase and steal specific memories from players is already beyond anything realistic or grounded. There is no clear system shown that explains how this process is controlled, how it targets only certain memories, or how it avoids affecting everything else a person has experienced. And then there is the bigger issue. How does a system like that get released to the public at all? A game with that kind of capability would not pass any normal safety review. It would not survive regulation. It would not even make it to testing without massive scrutiny. The idea that people can freely download or access a program that can interfere with human memory at this level breaks the basic logic of how technology would be handled in any real-world setting. The story does not provide a convincing explanation for who approved it, how it was tested, or why anyone would trust it enough to put it on the market. It just presents it as something that exists and expects the audience to accept it. That creates a gap in the world building. Instead of feeling like a believable piece of technology evolving from earlier systems, it feels like a plot device that appears only when the story needs it, without regard for how dangerous or impossible it would be in practice. And that raises an even bigger question. Why erase the memories at all? In Ordinal Scale, the idea is that players who die have their memories tied to Sword Art Online removed or altered. But if the goal is secrecy or control, that choice is strangely direct and messy. Erasing memories is loud in a narrative sense. Creates gaps. People notice when something important is missing from their past. Even if they cannot immediately explain it, the absence stands out. That kind of interference invites questions, investigation, and suspicion. It is not a subtle method. If someone were trying to hide information or manipulate outcomes, making a copy of data or shifting perception would actually be less noticeable. A copied or redirected memory structure would blend in better because nothing would feel missing. The person would still believe their experience is complete, even if it had been altered behind the scenes. But the story does not lean into that kind of logic. Instead, it goes for full removal, which feels extreme compared to what would actually be needed for control or concealment. It treats memory like a switch that can just be turned off for specific events, without considering how unstable that would make a person's overall sense of continuity. So it creates another gap in the system. The method is not just dangerous, it is also inefficient for what it is supposedly trying to achieve. Instead of something precise or hidden, it feels blunt and exposed. And there is that whole book about the Sword Art Online incident already. So the need to steal memories at all does not really add up. There is already a public record of what happened. Survivors, reports, investigations, and official documentation would all exist after something that large. A mass incident like that would not just disappear from history because a game system interferes with a few individuals' memories. The information would already be out in the world in multiple forms, not locked inside people's heads alone. That makes the memory theft idea feel unnecessary. Even if you erased what players personally remember, you would still have written accounts, recorded interviews, and official records. The knowledge of what happened in Sword Art Online would not depend only on individual memory. It would be preserved in documentation, research, and public reporting. So the question becomes, why go to such an extreme method at all? If the information already exists externally, then targeting memories does not actually erase the event. It only creates gaps in personal experience while leaving the broader truth intact. That is not real concealment. It is just a disruption. And that is where the logic breaks down again. The system acts like memory is the only source of truth, when in reality it would only ever be one part of a much larger record. By including the book about the Sword Art Online incident, the movie ends up weakening its own plot. It creates a contradiction it does not properly address. If that book exists in universe, then the events are already documented. The story is already written down, explained, and shared. That means the truth of what happened is not dependent only on individual memories. It is public knowledge. So the idea of stealing memories loses its main purpose, because the information is already outside the minds of the players. But if the book did not exist, then the memory stealing idea would make a little more sense in isolation. In that version of events, the only reliable record of what happened inside Sword Art Online would be locked inside the players themselves. In that case, targeting memories would actually be necessary if someone wanted to control or erase the truth, because there would be no external documentation to fall back on. So by introducing a public written record and then still relying on memory theft as a major plot device, the story ends up pulling in two directions at once. One part of the world says the events are already known and recorded. Another part acts like the truth only exists inside human memory and can be removed by force. That clash makes the logic feel unstable. Instead of reinforcing the stakes, the book undercuts the reason the memory system matters in the first place. Klein having his memory stolen just makes the whole system of Ordinal Scale even harder to believe. If something like that is really happening, it is not a small issue. It is not a glitch or a rare bug. It is direct interference with a player's mind tied to a public, widely used game. That should trigger immediate alarm. And yet the bigger question is obvious. How has this gone on for so long without being shut down? In any normal situation, even a fraction of these reports would cause a massive response. Players would notice missing memories. Friends would notice inconsistencies in behavior and experience. People would compare notes and realize something is wrong. Once patterns start appearing, it becomes impossible to hide. The issue would spread through communities fast, especially in a game that is as widely used and visible as this. At that point, you would expect investigations, public warnings, or at the very least a suspension of the system until answers are found. A game that can allegedly erase or alter memories would not just continue operating quietly in the background without scrutiny. So when the story shows cases like Klein and others affected, while the system is still running normally, it creates a gap in logic. Either the problem is so widespread that it should already be public knowledge and under heavy investigation, or the system is somehow hiding something on a scale that the story does not properly explain. Instead, it just keeps moving forward as if none of that fallout matters, which makes the situation feel less like a functioning world and more like a plot that is ignoring its own consequences. And it sure is convenient how all the former Sword Art Online players just end up in Ordinal Scale like it is the only thing they could possibly do. That is not normal at all. That is not random either. Feels forced, like they were all pushed into the same spot on purpose. The whole plan only works because everyone lines up exactly where they are needed. If even a few of them decided to play something else, then the entire thing would fall apart fast. There would be nothing left holding it together. That is the problem with Sword Art Online. The entire plot hinges on convenience rather than anything that feels real or earned. Things just happen because the story needs them to happen, not because they actually make sense. Characters always end up in the exact right place at the exact right time, no matter how unlikely it is. It does not feel like events are building naturally. It feels like they are being arranged behind the scenes so everything fits a certain outcome. When problems show up, they are often solved in ways that feel too easy or too perfect, like the story is skipping the hard parts just to move forward faster. That kind of writing makes it hard to take the stakes seriously. Instead of tension building from real risk or real choices, it starts to feel like the outcome is already decided. Kirito logs onto the Ordinal Scale forums to warn other players about the memory stealing, but nobody believes him. They brush him off like he is just another random player making things up for attention. That part already feels off. In a world like this, people should recognize his name right away. If he posts under his real username, there is no reason for him to be ignored so easily. He is not some unknown player. He is the person who cleared Sword Art Online. He is the one who beat the death game and freed everyone inside it. That kind of reputation should carry weight. People should at least stop and listen. Instead, the story just pushes him aside like his past does not matter. It treats him like he has no influence, even though he is one of the most well-known players in that entire world. That makes the situation feel forced, like the story needs him to be ignored so the plot can move in a certain direction, even if it does not really make sense. If Zazima were to post something onto a RuneScape forum, everyone would stop and pay attention right away because they know exactly who he is. His name carries weight in that community. He is not just another random player trying to be heard. He is one of the most famous players the game has ever had, so people would instantly take what he says seriously. That is the kind of recognition Sword Art Online never really handles well with Kirito. The story wants him to feel like a legendary figure, but then it does not consistently show the world reacting to him that way. In a real online community, reputation sticks. If someone reaches that level of fame, especially from something as extreme as clearing a death game, people do not just forget it or ignore it when he speaks. That is the problem with Sword Art Online. Treats Kirito like some hero and yet nobody even knows who he is. It builds him up like some legendary figure, like everyone should automatically recognize and respect him, but the story rarely shows that happening in a real way. It feels like the world forgets his history whenever it is inconvenient for the plot. Creates a strange disconnect between what the story says and what it actually shows. One moment he is the guy who cleared Sword Art Online and freed everyone from a death game, and the next moment people are acting like he is just another player with no real importance. That does not match the reputation he should have in any reasonable setting. It feels like the story keeps resetting how the world sees him depending on what the plot needs at that moment. When it wants him to feel important, he is the famous hero everyone should know. When it wants conflict or drama, nobody recognizes him and he has to prove himself all over again. That back and forth makes the world feel unstable and hard to take seriously. 10 different bosses from Sword Art Online have appeared in different locations throughout the city in Ordinal Scale. How would that even work if this was a real game? It would just break everything immediately. In a real system, you would need servers, spawn rules, tracking, and limits. You cannot just drop high-level bosses into random parts of a real city and expect it to function. There would be chaos, bugs, and overload everywhere. Players would not be able to coordinate cleanly, and the game would not be able to handle that many major encounters at once without serious issues. It also makes no sense from a balance point of view. 10 bosses at the same time in different locations would split players in ways that ruin fairness and progression. Some areas would be overloaded while others would be empty. It feels like the game is bending its own rules just to create spectacle, instead of following systems that would actually hold up in a real design. The writer clearly thought that more would be better, when in reality it just creates a mess. Piling on more bosses, more chaos, more big events does not automatically make the story stronger. It just makes everything harder to follow and less believable. Instead of building tension in a controlled way, it turns into constant overload. Nothing has time to land properly because the next huge thing is already happening. It stops feeling like a real system or a real world and starts feeling like a sequence of set pieces designed to look impressive on the surface. The problem is that scale is being used as a replacement for structure. More enemies, more action, more urgency, but not more logic or consistency. Without that foundation, it does not feel like the world is reacting naturally. It feels like the story is just escalating for the sake of escalation, until it loses any sense of realism or weight. Sinan joins the battle and uses a gun to shoot the boss. That raises an obvious question. Why do the other players not all use guns? Ranged weapons would clearly be way more effective in a situation like this. If the game allows guns and they are strong enough to help in boss fights, then it does not make sense that everyone is not using them. Players in any real game will always gravitate toward whatever gives the best advantage. If ranged combat lets you stay safe while dealing damage, most people would pick it right away. So either guns are balanced in a way that makes them less useful than they look, or the story is ignoring basic player behavior just to make certain characters stand out. Because in a real multiplayer game, once a strong strategy is discovered, it spreads fast and becomes the standard. People do not stick to weaker options for no reason when survival and efficiency are on the line. If these are the same bosses from Sword Art Online, then they should be way easier to beat with guns since the bosses were designed for close-range melee combat only. That creates a huge imbalance the moment you bring modern ranged weapons into the fight. A boss built around melee attacks is supposed to pressure players up close, force dodging, blocking, and teamwork in tight spaces. If you suddenly add guns into that system, the entire design falls apart. Players can stay at a distance, avoid most of the danger, and just deal damage safely without engaging with the core mechanics at all. That raises a bigger issue with how the game world is set up. Either the bosses are not actually identical to the original Sword Art Online versions, or their stats and behavior have been heavily changed to account for modern weapons. Otherwise, the fights would not be challenging in any meaningful way. They would just become ranged damage checks where positioning and melee skill stop matching almost completely. It also makes the stakes feel inconsistent. If guns are that effective against enemies originally built for melee combat, then the difficulty of these encounters should drop dramatically, and the tension of boss fights would not really hold up the same way anymore. Kirito punches the vending machine and gets another free drink coupon. How does that even work? In any normal system, that should not happen at all. A vending machine is not supposed to respond to force like that. It is a programmed device with set rules, not something that rewards random actions. If anything, hitting it should trigger an error, not a bonus reward. So this moment feels completely disconnected from how either real machines or real game systems would function. If the idea is that the system is tracking physical input and turning it into rewards, then it still does not make sense. That would mean the game is rewarding aggressive behavior toward a public object, which would be exploitable and instantly abused by players. People would just start testing every object in the city to see what breaks or gives free items. So the moment feels less like a logical system and more like a scripted event. It only happens because the story wants a small reward at that exact time, not because there is any consistent rule behind how the world actually works. If you can just get a free drink coupon from punching a vending machine, why does everyone not do that? In a real game or system, that would immediately become the only thing players do. People optimize anything that gives rewards. If punching a vending machine has even a small chance of giving free items, players would test it, share it, and then farm it nonstop until it gets patched. It would not stay a hidden trick or a one-off moment. It would become common knowledge within minutes. That is why the scene feels inconsistent. Either the mechanic only works under very specific conditions that are not explained, or it is not actually a real system rule and just a scripted moment for convenience. Because once players figure out a repeatable reward like that, the entire economy of the game would break around it. So if nobody else is doing it, the story either expects you not to think about it or it is relying on selective logic where things only work when the plot needs them to work. And there better not be any homeless people in Japan because Ordinal Scale should be giving everyone free stuff. If a system in the game can hand out free items or rewards so easily, then in theory it should be changing basic real-world behavior everywhere it exists. But that is exactly where the logic falls apart. A game that can give out free items on demand would not stay contained to fun little moments like vending machines or boss fights. Players would find ways to abuse it, optimize it, and turn it into a full economy problem. If real rewards are that accessible, it stops being just a game feature and starts affecting how people act in real life. So when the story shows small, free reward moments without any bigger consequences, it feels inconsistent. Either the system is tightly controlled in ways that are never explained, or it only works in these isolated cases for convenience. Because if it really worked that freely, it would not just be a quirky mechanic. It would completely reshape how the entire world functions, and you would expect to see major visible effects everywhere, not just in isolated scenes. Kirito goes through bosses in a way that feels completely broken and unfair to the system of the game. He beats a large number of high-level bosses and keeps gaining levels and ranks at a fast pace, with literally no struggle shown. What makes this hard to accept is how these bosses are supposed to work. They are built to be major fights. They are not meant to be simple targets that one person can walk through. In a proper game setup, these bosses should force teamwork. Players should need to plan, coordinate, and rely on each other to win. That is the whole point of having boss fights in the first place. Instead, Kirito is shown handling them alone, as if they are not a real threat. He moves through them like they are nothing more than basic enemies. This makes the fights lose their purpose. If one player can step in and clear what is supposed to be a group challenge, then the system stops making sense. It also makes the world feel poorly balanced. Other players are trying to grow stronger and work through the same content, but his progress makes theirs feel small and pointless. If bosses can be beaten solo without real effort, then ranking up loses meaning. It turns what should be a hard and shared struggle into something that feels easy and one-sided. Overall, it feels unrealistic inside the game rules that are supposed to guide the story. Boss fights are supposed to be a wall that forces players to work together. Instead, Kirito treats them like simple obstacles, and that takes away the tension and challenge that should be there. And this makes it even worse when you remember the setup of Ordinal Scale. This is not the virtual reality world Kirito is used to. In that world, he has full control. He can move fast. He can react faster than normal people. He knows the systems. He understands how to fight inside that space. That is where he is strongest. But in Ordinal Scale, everything is different. This is augmented reality. The fights happen in the real world, not a full dive system. That means Kirito is not just pressing buttons or relying on game speed. He is using his real body. He has to deal with real movement, real timing, and real limits. And the story even shows that he has been struggling with this. He is not at his peak. He is not smooth or automatic like before. He is supposed to be at a disadvantage compared to how he used to fight. So when he suddenly goes on to beat a long list of bosses alone, it feels even more off. It does not line up with what we are told about his condition in this system. A person who is already struggling in this new setup should not be clearing high-level bosses like it is nothing. These bosses are still built to be group challenges. They are supposed to push players to work together, not be handled by one person who is not even fully adjusted to the system. Watching him tear through them anyway makes it feel like the rules do not matter. It also makes the struggle of other players look pointless. If one guy, who is not even at his best in this format, can still beat everything alone, then what is the point of anyone else trying to coordinate or improve? It turns what should be a team effort into something that feels rushed and unbalanced. In the end, it just does not fit. The world says he is adapting and struggling, but the fights show him acting like none of that matters at all. It just makes the whole thing feel less like a real story with rules and limits and more like the same problem showing up again. Kirito is always written in a way where he ends up being the best no matter what the situation is. It does not matter if the system changes. It does not matter if the rules are different. It does not matter if other players are supposed to have an advantage in that format. He still comes out on top with very little real effort shown. That is what makes it feel like the Gary Stu problem. A character like that is not just strong. He is written so that he does not really lose. In any meaningful way, struggles are there in name only. Any challenge that should slow him down either gets skipped, rushed through, or solved by him alone in a way that feels too easy. In the case of Kirito in Ordinal Scale, it gets even more noticeable because the story already sets him up as being at a disadvantage. He is supposed to be adjusting to augmented reality. He is supposed to be struggling more than before. He is supposed to be outside his comfort zone. But then he still tears through bosses that are meant to require teamwork and planning. He still gains ranks quickly. He still ends up looking like the strongest player in the room, even in a system that should not favor him that much. So instead of feeling like a balanced progression, it just feels like the same pattern repeating. The world changes, the rules change, the combat style changes, but the outcome stays the same. He is still the best. He still wins. He still clears content that other players are meant to need help with. That is why it does not feel like a grounded character anymore. It feels like the story bends around him, so he never really has to sit in failure or be average for long. If boss fights are really that easy to solo, then the whole world around Kirito starts to fall apart logically. In a system like the one shown in Ordinal Scale, bosses are not supposed to be casual fights. They are designed as major group challenges. That is the whole point. So if Kirito can walk in alone and clear them without real trouble, then it raises a simple and uncomfortable question. Why is no one else doing it? If one player can consistently handle these fights by themselves, then either the bosses are not actually difficult or everyone else is performing far below what should be normal. The story does not clearly justify either option in a satisfying way. Instead, it just leaves a gap where Kirito looks exceptional and everyone else looks like they are not even trying. That is what creates the problem. Other players are supposed to be skilled too. They are supposed to learn patterns, build strategies, and work together. But when Kirito steps in and clears content that is meant to require teamwork, it makes everyone else look weak by comparison. Not because the story proves they are weak, but because it never shows a real reason why they cannot do the same thing. It starts to feel like the world is shaped around one outcome. The bosses exist so Kirito can beat them alone. The other players exist so they can watch or struggle in the background. That is what makes it feel unfair in how it is written. Instead of the system being consistent for everyone, it feels like the difficulty bends depending on who is fighting. So rather than making him look impressive in a natural way, it ends up making the rest of the cast look incompetent. Not because they are shown failing specific complex tasks, but because they are never allowed to match what he does, even when the situation suggests they should be able to at least attempt it. The more you look at the fictional games in the Sword Art Online universe, the more they start to feel like they are not built on a stable set of rules. Everything bends toward making a few characters stand out, while the rest of the player base feels like it is stuck in a lower level of understanding that never really improves. In something like Ordinal Scale, you would expect a huge player community to naturally evolve over time. A popular game with thousands of active users should develop a strong meta. Players share information. They test mechanics. They figure out boss patterns. They optimize gear and strategies. That is what happens in any large online game with competitive or cooperative content. So when Kirito starts clearing bosses in ways that feel extremely efficient or even solo, it raises a basic question. If it is really that simple, then why has the wider player base not already solved it? This is where the world starts to feel less realistic. In a real player-driven system, someone would have already documented the best strategies. Guilds would have mapped out boss behavior. Videos, guides, and data would spread quickly. Even average players would start copying effective methods. Over time, the gap between special genius player and everyone else should shrink, not stay wide open. But in the story, that does not really happen. The community does not feel like it grows smarter in a natural way. Instead, it feels like most players stay at a basic level of understanding so that Kirito can remain ahead of them. That makes the entire player base seem slow or unskilled, not because they are shown failing complex systems, but because they are never allowed to reach the same conclusions on their own. It also weakens the idea of progression. If a game is popular and active, then high-level content should not stay mysterious for long. People would break it down. They would optimize it. They would share results. So when one character repeatedly seems to discover or execute the best way to clear content, it stops feeling like skill and starts feeling like isolation from a world that is not reacting in a believable way. That is why it comes across as unbalanced. The system does not feel like a living game world where players adapt together. It feels like a space where most people stay static so that one character can stay ahead. In Ordinal Scale, the duel between Kirito and Eiji is framed like a serious one-on-one fight, but the setup already feels heavily skewed in a way that undermines the idea of fairness. Eiji is not just fighting with skill or timing. He is using a powered suit that boosts his physical ability in the real world. That means he is not playing on the same level as everyone else. His strength, speed, and impact are being artificially enhanced by external technology. It turns what should be a test of ability into something closer to a modified contest where one side has clear physical advantages. Meanwhile, Kirito is not getting the same kind of support. He is relying on his own body and standard Ogma system interaction. There is no comparable enhancement that puts him on equal footing with what Eiji is using. So even before any strategy or skill is considered, the fight already starts uneven. That is what makes it feel off. A one-on-one duel is supposed to be about direct comparison between two fighters. Skill against skill. Decision-making against decision-making. But when one side is effectively augmented beyond normal limits, the comparison stops being clean. It becomes a situation where one person is working within normal constraints while the other is bypassing them. Even if Kirito is still portrayed as the more skilled fighter, the fact that he has to deal with a physically enhanced opponent changes the meaning of the fight. It is no longer a fair test of ability between equals. It becomes a situation where the outcome is influenced by equipment advantages that are not part of standard combat balance. So instead of feeling like a meaningful duel, it ends up feeling like another example of the story stacking conditions in a way that still allows Kirito to come out on top, even when the setup itself is not truly balanced. If something like this robotic suit is allowed in the first place, then it immediately creates a big logic gap in the rules of the world. In Sword Art Online, Ordinal Scale, the whole idea of augmented reality combat is supposed to be built around fairness inside a shared system. Players use the same base platform, the same scanning device, and the same game rules. Even if there is progression and stronger gear, there is still supposed to be a limit that keeps things relatively balanced between users. So when Eiji shows up with a robotic suit that boosts his physical ability in real life, it breaks that expectation. It is not just in-game advantage anymore. It is a real-world physical enhancement layered on top of the system. That is a completely different level of power compared to normal players. And that is where the question becomes unavoidable. If this kind of enhancement is allowed, why is it not everywhere? In any competitive system, especially one as popular as Ordinal Scale is shown to be, players would immediately look for the strongest possible edge. That is what top players always do. If there is a way to increase speed, strength, reaction time, or endurance, someone will find it. If it is legal or tolerated in the system, it would spread fast through the highest-ranked players first. Guilds would adopt it. Competitive players would optimize it. The entire top end of the player base would shift toward whatever gives the biggest advantage. It would not stay limited to one character or one situation. But the story does not show that kind of widespread adaptation. Instead, it treats Eiji's suit like a special case rather than part of a broader trend. That creates a strange imbalance in the world building. Either the technology is rare, restricted, or difficult to obtain, or the player base is ignoring an obvious advantage that would dominate competitive play. Neither explanation is really explored in depth, which is why it feels inconsistent. If the system truly allows real-world physical boosting devices, then the competitive scene would not look like what it is shown to be. It would be dominated by players using every possible enhancement they can legally access. So the result is a world where one character gets to use a major physical advantage, while everyone else is written as if they are still operating under basic rules. That makes the competitive structure feel uneven, and it reinforces the idea that the story is shaped more around specific character moments than a fully consistent game system. The central plan behind the Ogma system and the boss events is driven by Tetsuhiro Shigemura, who is the father of Yuna. His goal is to use the memory data collected from former Sword Art Online players to reconstruct his daughter as an artificial intelligence. The idea is that the memories stored in those players contain fragments of emotional experience tied to the past existence of Yuna. He believes that by gathering enough of these memories, he can rebuild a complete version of her consciousness inside the system. That is what the entire plot is built around. But from a logical standpoint, the plan raises serious problems. The biggest issue is the assumption that you need the memories a person has of someone else in order to recreate that person as an AI. That does not really make sense when you break it down. If the goal is to recreate Yuna as an artificial intelligence, the most direct method would be to design her personality from existing data about her. You would define her behavior, her speech patterns, her emotional responses, and her decision-making. That is how most AI personality systems would work. You do not need third-party memories to build a functioning personality model. The memory approach only makes sense if you assume that identity is something that can only be reconstructed through external perception. But even then, it is still an unreliable method. Different people remember the same person in different ways. Some memories are emotional, some are distorted, and some are incomplete. Combining all of that would not create a stable personality. It would create a fragmented and inconsistent result. That is why the plan feels weak when you look at it closely. It is not a clean technical solution. It is more of an emotional justification for why the system exists in the first place. The idea of collecting memories from survivors is used to connect the plot to the history of Sword Art Online and to give emotional weight to the events, rather than to build a logically efficient method for artificial intelligence creation. So instead of a grounded technological process, it ends up feeling like a narrative shortcut. The story uses memory collection as a dramatic device, even though a simpler and more direct AI design approach would make far more sense if the goal was truly just to recreate Yuna digitally. Memory is not a clean recording of events. It is messy, unstable, and heavily shaped by emotion, stress, and time. People forget details. They mix events together. They fill in gaps without realizing it. Two people can experience the same moment and come away with completely different versions of what happened. So when Tetsuhiro tries to rebuild Yuna using memories collected from Sword Art Online survivors, the foundation is already unreliable. He is not working with raw objective data. He is working with subjective recollections from dozens of people, all filtered through their own emotions and limited perspectives. That means the Yuna being reconstructed is not a stable identity. It is a patchwork. One player might remember her as kind in one moment. Another might remember her as distant or brief. Another might only remember her voice or a single interaction. None of these are complete, and none of them are guaranteed to be accurate in detail. Even worse, memories degrade over time. The events of Sword Art Online are traumatic, and trauma is known to distort memory even more. People can block things out, exaggerate certain moments, or misremember the order of events. That makes the input data even less reliable. So if the entire reconstruction process depends on stitching all of this together, the result cannot be a precise recreation of a real person. At best, it would be an approximation shaped by collective interpretation. It would reflect how people remember Yuna, not necessarily who she actually was in a consistent, objective sense. That is why the plan feels fundamentally flawed when you think about it logically. Even if the technology could combine all these memories perfectly, the source material itself is inconsistent. You are building a digital identity on top of fragmented human perception, which guarantees that the end result will drift away from anything truly accurate. The story already establishes that characters like Yuna were not widely known or important to most players during the events of Sword Art Online. That means the average survivor does not have strong or detailed memories of her. At best, they might remember brief encounters, background moments, or nothing at all. So when Tetsuhiro collects stolen memory data from those players, he is not gathering rich, detailed information about Yuna. He is mostly collecting weak traces, small fragments, half-remembered impressions, and in many cases nothing useful at all. That creates a serious problem for the entire reconstruction idea. If most people do not clearly remember her, then the dataset is already thin. You are trying to rebuild a full personality from incomplete and shallow input. That is not a strong foundation for anything accurate or stable. Even worse, the memories that do exist are not evenly distributed. A few players might have slightly clearer interactions, while most have almost nothing. That imbalance would heavily distort the final result. Instead of a balanced reconstruction, you would end up with an AI that is shaped by a tiny number of biased or incomplete perspectives, while the majority of collected data adds little to nothing. So the idea that stealing memories from all survivors would meaningfully reconstruct Yuna starts to fall apart. If she was not widely memorable in the first place, then scaling up the number of sources does not fix the issue. It just increases the amount of low-quality or irrelevant data being fed into the system. This is why the plan feels weak when examined closely. It relies on the assumption that enough memories will naturally add up to a complete picture. But if the subject was not strongly or consistently remembered by most people, then there is no complete picture to assemble in the first place. Instead of building a clear identity, the system is trying to amplify fragments that were never detailed to begin with. That makes the entire process feel less like reconstruction and more like guesswork based on scattered, low-quality input. The idea of AI resurrection in Sword Art Online, Ordinal Scale sounds like it should be one of the strongest parts of the story. On paper, it is a powerful concept. Taking a lost person and rebuilding them through digital means has real emotional weight. It connects grief, technology, and memory in a way that could lead to something thoughtful and meaningful. But the way it is handled ends up undercutting that potential. The plan is built on collecting stolen memories from Sword Art Online survivors and using them to reconstruct Yuna as an artificial intelligence. The problem is that the concept is introduced more as a plot engine than as a carefully built system. It is meant to push the story forward, not to stand up under deeper scrutiny. Once you start looking at it closely, the foundation becomes shaky. The system depends on memory data that is incomplete, inconsistent, and often irrelevant. It assumes that enough scattered fragments of perception can be combined into a stable identity. That alone makes the result feel questionable. On top of that, the emotional logic is also uneven. The story wants the audience to treat the AI Yuna as a real continuation of the original person, but it never fully explains what makes that identity continuous. Is it personality data? Is it emotional memory? Is it just behavior simulation based on input patterns? The rules are not clearly defined, so the idea floats between science fiction and emotional metaphor without committing fully to either. That is where the concept starts to lose its impact. AI resurrection could have been a deep exploration of what it means to recreate a person, but instead it is used as a convenient explanation for the conflict and the boss system. The emotional core is there, but the logic behind it is not fully developed. So rather than feeling like a carefully built idea, it ends up feeling like a strong concept that is used in a loose way. The potential is clear, but the execution does not fully support it, which makes the whole thing feel less grounded than it could have been. The sudden appearance of Akihiko Kayaba is one of those moments that feels more like a shock twist than something that fits cleanly into the rules of the world. From a strict logic standpoint, it raises an immediate problem. Kayaba is supposed to be gone from the physical world. His body is not active in any normal sense, and he is not part of the ongoing Ogma system operations in a direct physical way. So when he appears, it does not feel like a normal character entrance. It feels like something that should not be happening under the established rules. The story tries to explain this through digital survival and lingering data. The idea is that parts of Kaiba's consciousness were preserved through the systems he helped create. Because he was deeply involved in the original Sword Art online infrastructure, fragments of his mind or data imprint still exist inside connected networks. But even with that explanation, it still feels unstable. He is not a living person in the usual sense. He is not fully an active AI with independent existence from the start. He is more like leftover information that somehow gained enough structure to act again. That is why it feels closer to a ghost than a character with a clear physical or digital presence. And that is where the confusion comes in. If he is just data remnants, then his level of awareness and interaction becomes hard to justify. How does a fragment of data suddenly behave like a fully functioning intelligence with intent, planning, and communication ability? The system does not clearly define where the boundary is between broken data and a stable consciousness. So his return feels less like a grounded technological event and more like a narrative intrusion. He shows up because the plot needs him, not because the rules of the system naturally lead to that outcome. That is what gives it the ghost feeling. He is not properly alive, not fully artificial in a defined way, and not fully gone either. He exists in an in-between state that the story does not fully explain. Instead of reinforcing the logic of the world, his appearance highlights how flexible the rules can become when the story wants to bring back a major figure for impact. In Ordinal Scale, the fight between Kirito and Eiji is set up as a serious one-on-one clash, but it quickly exposes how uneven the situation really is. Eiji is introduced as one of the top-ranked players, but his advantage is not purely skill-based. He is using a robotic enhancement suit that boosts his physical ability in the real world. That already changes the nature of the competition. It is no longer just player versus player in the same conditions. It is player with augmentation versus player without it. When Kirito removes that advantage by tearing away or disabling the suit, the difference in performance becomes immediately obvious. Eiji loses the artificial boost that was supporting his strength and speed. After that, Kirito defeats him with far less resistance. That shift makes it feel like Eiji's earlier dominance was heavily dependent on external support rather than pure ability. This is where the question of fairness becomes unavoidable. If the ranking system of Ordinal Scale is supposed to reflect player skill, then introducing physical augmentation outside the core game rules creates a serious imbalance. It means the ranking can be influenced by real-world enhancements that are not equally available to all players. From that perspective, Eiji's position as a top player starts to look questionable. If his performance drops significantly once the suit is removed, then his high rank is not fully based on in-game mastery. It is partly supported by equipment that changes his physical limits in real space, which goes beyond normal gameplay progression. The story does not clearly address whether this kind of enhancement is officially allowed, restricted, or overlooked. That lack of clarity is what makes it feel inconsistent. In a fair competitive system, external advantages that affect physical performance would either be banned or widely adopted. If they are allowed, they would change the entire player landscape. If they are not allowed, then using them would be considered cheating. So the situation around Eiji creates a gray area that is never fully resolved. It leaves the impression that the ranking system is not as clean or fair as it is presented to be, because a top player status can be heavily influenced by factors outside normal gameplay rules. The concert scene where the survivors gather to see Yuna is built as a major turning point, but it also relies on a very convenient setup that strains belief once you think about it closely. All of the Sword Art online survivors are drawn to a live event featuring Yuna, and that gathering is exactly what allows Shigemura to activate his plan to extract and use their memories. The moment is presented as emotional and meaningful, but the logistics behind it are very forced. The first issue is scale. The idea that a large number of survivors independently choose to attend the same concert at the same time already requires a lot of alignment. These are not a small group of closely connected people. They are thousands of scattered individuals with different lives, schedules, and levels of interest in Yuna as a performer. The story assumes they will all converge in one place simply because the event exists. That is where the convenience becomes hard to ignore. The entire plot depends on them showing up in one controlled environment. If even a significant portion of them decided not to attend, the system would not work. If they stayed home, were busy, or simply were not interested, the memory collection plan would fail at its core. There is no alternative method shown that could compensate for a partial turnout. It also assumes a level of trust and predictability that does not fully match what the survivors have been through. After experiencing something as traumatic as Sword Art Online, it is not guaranteed that every survivor would willingly gather in a large, controlled public event tied to that history. Some would avoid it. Some would be skeptical. Some would simply not care enough to participate. But the story moves past those possibilities so the event can function as designed. The concert becomes a perfect collection point, with all the necessary targets in one place at the right time. That makes the setup feel less like a natural outcome of character behavior and more like a constructed scenario built to serve the plot. So instead of feeling like a believable social event, it feels like a carefully arranged trap that depends on everyone making the exact right choice for it to work. That is why the situation comes across as overly convenient. The entire plan hinges on collective behavior lining up perfectly, without giving much space for realistic variation or resistance from the players involved. In this situation, the players are using the AUGMA system voluntarily. It is augmented reality, not full dive. That means they are still physically in the real world. They can move. They can leave. They can remove the device from their head at any time. There is no system lock. No forced immersion. No penalty that prevents them from disconnecting instantly. That is a completely different situation from the original Sword Art Online incident involving Akihiko Kayaba, where players were trapped inside a full dive system and could not safely log out without risking their lives. In that earlier case, the lack of control over their real bodies was the core of the crisis. That is what made it inescapable. But in Ordinal Scale, that restriction does not exist. The AUGMA is a wearable device. It overlays the game onto reality. If something feels wrong, dangerous, or suspicious, the simplest response is to remove it immediately. There is no physical or systemic barrier stopping that action. So when the memory extraction event begins during the concert, the logic becomes questionable. If players start noticing abnormal behavior, or if they feel discomfort, or if they simply decide they do not want to participate anymore, they can opt out instantly by taking off the device. That single action should completely break the entire collection process. This is why the plan feels fragile. It depends on mass compliance in a situation where compliance is optional. It assumes that people will remain passive long enough for the system to complete its objective, even though each individual has full control over whether they continue participating. The story does not strongly address why people do not simply remove the AUGMA during the event. Whether it is confusion, delayed awareness, or system interference, the explanation is not clearly emphasized. That leaves a gap where the entire operation depends on behavior that is not enforced by the rules of the technology itself. So compared to earlier situations in the series where characters were trapped by design, this scenario feels much easier to escape. And because escape is so simple in theory, the success of the plan relies heavily on everyone not choosing the most obvious response. The reveal that the AUGMA system can cause serious brain damage, and even potentially kill users, raises a major credibility problem for the entire technology. The device is sold as a safe augmented reality platform. It is marketed as the next step after full dive systems, with no need for complete immersion and no direct risk like the earlier technology tied to Akihiko Kayaba and the Nerve Gear incident. After something as catastrophic as that, you would expect extremely strict oversight, deep safety testing, and heavy regulation before anything similar reaches the public. That is why the existence of a lethal side effect feels so difficult to accept logically. A consumer device that interfaces directly with the brain should go through extensive testing phases. It would need long-term safety studies, neurological impact analysis, and real-world stress testing across large user groups. A failure mode that leads to brain damage should not remain undiscovered until after mass adoption. On top of that, the history of the Nerve Gear incident would make everyone in that world extremely cautious. Developers, regulators, and the public would all be sensitive to any system that interacts with neural signals. Even small risks would likely trigger scrutiny. So a hidden mechanism capable of harming users should not realistically slip through unnoticed. The question becomes how such a flaw could pass development at all. If it existed from the start, it suggests either a failure in safety testing, a deliberate concealment, or a system complexity that made the risk extremely hard to detect under normal conditions. The story does not fully detail which of these is responsible, which leaves a gap in the logic. There is also the issue of detection. If users are experiencing subtle or delayed neurological effects, those symptoms could be hard to immediately connect to the device, especially if the effects are inconsistent or only triggered under specific conditions. That could explain why it was not caught early, but it still raises questions about why no broader pattern was identified sooner. So the situation creates a contradiction in tone. The world has already experienced a massive technology disaster involving brain interface systems, which should make it more careful. Yet a new device with a similarly dangerous failure mode is able to reach wide adoption before the risk is clearly understood. That is why the reveal feels less like a natural outcome of strict technological oversight and more like a late story escalation. It increases the stakes of the plot, but it does not fully resolve how such a flaw could realistically exist in a system that should have been heavily scrutinized from the beginning. The reveal that the AUGMA system contains a full dive style function that can pull users into a reconstructed version of Sword Art Online raises a lot of logical issues once you break it down. The AUGMA is introduced as an augmented reality device. Its purpose is to overlay digital elements onto the real world, not to replace reality with a virtual one. That is the core difference between it and earlier full dive systems. So the idea that it secretly contains a full immersion feature already feels inconsistent with its original design. If a device is built specifically for augmented reality, adding full dive capability would not be a minor feature. It would require completely different hardware and safety architecture. Full dive systems interact directly with the user's neural signals in a much deeper way, while AR systems are supposed to stay external. So the presence of a hidden full dive function raises the question of why it exists at all inside a product that was marketed for a different purpose. Then there is the second issue, which is the existence of Sword Art Online itself inside that system. The story presents a reconstructed version of the original game environment, but that creates a continuity problem. The original Sword Art Online was shut down after the Death game ended and its servers were decommissioned. In theory, that world should no longer be active in any functional form since everything was permanently deleted. For the game to exist again, it would have to be rebuilt from data backups, memory fragments, or recovered system code. That implies a level of preservation that was never clearly established. If the original system was truly dismantled after the incident involving Akihiko Kayaba, then recreating it in full detail would require access to core architecture that should not be publicly available or easily recoverable. The story does not fully explain how this reconstruction was achieved in a technically grounded way. Instead, it treats the recreated world as something that can be accessed through the AUGMA's hidden function, without going into the infrastructure needed to support it. That leaves a gap between narrative convenience and system logic. So you end up with two major questions at once. First, why a supposedly AR-focused device contains a full dive capability at all. Second, how a supposedly decommissioned virtual world can be rebuilt to the point where it can trap or simulate players again. Both elements are introduced for plot impact, but neither is fully supported by a clear explanation of how the underlying systems would realistically work together. Those gaps are what make it feel like things are happening because the story requires them, not because the world naturally leads to them. When multiple major systems align perfectly at once, it can start to feel like coincidence stacking rather than cause and effect. The moment where the characters face the Floor 100 boss is meant to feel like a huge callback, but it raises the same core problem as everything else tied to the old game. It should not exist anymore. The original Sword Art Online system was shut down after Kirito cleared the game and defeated Akihiko Kayaba. That was the end of the Death game. The servers were taken offline. The system was dismantled. So the idea that a specific late game boss, especially something as important as the final floor boss, can just show up again in a working state does not line up with that outcome. For that boss to exist, someone would need access to the original game data. Not just small fragments, but full combat behavior, models, attack patterns, and system rules. That kind of data would have to be preserved somewhere in a complete and usable form. The story never clearly explains how that level of data survived or who had the right to use it. Even if you assume backups existed, there is another issue. Rebuilding a boss is not just loading a file. It has to function inside a system. It needs an engine, balance rules, interaction logic, and a stable environment to operate in. That means the recreated Sword Art Online space inside the Ogma system would need to be extremely detailed and accurate, not just a rough imitation. But the story skips over all of that. It treats the boss like something that can simply be brought back for the sake of a climactic fight. There is no deep explanation of the infrastructure required to support it, or how closely it matches the original system. So once again, it feels less like a natural result of the world's rules and more like a forced callback. The boss exists because it is iconic and because it raises the stakes, not because the story carefully builds a believable path for its return. That is why it feels inconsistent. If Sword Art Online was truly deleted and shut down, then bringing back one of its most important bosses should require a clear and detailed explanation. Without that, it just comes across as another example of the story reusing past elements without fully supporting how they still exist. That fight piles another problem on top of everything else. The boss they face comes from the old Sword Art Online system, while the players are using gear and abilities from Ordinal Scale. Those are two completely different game structures. Different rules, different stat systems, different combat logic. In a normal setup, those things would not line up cleanly at all. Ordinal Scale is built around augmented reality. It tracks movement in the real world and translates that into simple combat actions. Sword Art Online, on the other hand, was a full dive system with detailed mechanics, precise hit detection, and complex skill timing. The way damage, speed, and reactions work in each system should be fundamentally different. So when players bring their Ordinal Scale gear into a fight against a Sword Art Online boss, it should not function properly. The scaling alone should break things. Either the boss would be far too strong because it was designed for a different system, or the player gear would not interact correctly with its mechanics. There should be mismatches in how attacks land, how damage is calculated, and how defense works. But the story glosses over all of that. It treats the encounter like both systems can just merge without issue. Players swing weapons, abilities trigger, and the boss responds as if everything belongs in the same framework. There is no visible friction between the two rule sets. That is what makes it feel artificial. Instead of showing how incompatible systems struggle to connect, the story acts like compatibility is automatic. It skips the technical and logical problems so the fight can happen smoothly. So rather than feeling like two different game worlds colliding, it feels like the rules are being simplified on the spot. The boss behaves in a way that fits the scene, and the player gear works because the plot needs it to work, not because the systems actually match in a believable way. A simple way to see the problem is to compare it to real games. You would not be able to take your gear from RuneScape and use it to fight a raid boss in World of Warcraft. Those are completely separate systems. Each game has its own rules for everything. Damage numbers, defense values, hit detection, cooldowns, item rarity, scaling, even how characters move and attack. A sword in RuneScape is defined by one set of stats and mechanics, while a weapon in World of Warcraft follows a totally different structure. There is no shared baseline that lets those items translate cleanly from one game to the other. Even something as basic as damage is not universal. One game might calculate it with fixed values and simple formulas, while another uses layered systems with buffs, resistances, and timed effects. So if you tried to bring gear from one into the other, the system would not know how to interpret it. It would either break, get ignored, or need to be completely redefined from scratch. That is why the situation in Sword Art Online, Ordinal Scale, feels off. The players are using Ordinal Scale gear and mechanics, then suddenly fighting something that comes from the Sword Art Online system. Those are basically two different games with different foundations. For it to work properly, there would need to be a conversion layer that translates every stat, every action, and every interaction between the two systems. That is not a small detail. That is a massive piece of infrastructure. Without it, the interaction should feel unstable or inconsistent. But the story skips that step. Everything just works as if both systems were always compatible. That is why it feels unrealistic. It is like plugging two completely different games together and pretending all the rules line up, when in reality they would clash at almost every level. It definitely comes across like the scene was built from the idea first and the logic second. Bringing the floor 100 boss in Ordinal Scale feels like a "this would look cool" decision that was not fully supported by the rules of the world. The problem is not the idea itself. A callback like that could have been powerful. The problem is how little groundwork is laid to make it believable. For that moment to work, the story would need to clearly explain how the original Sword Art Online data still exists, who preserved it, how it was reconstructed, and how it can now run inside a completely different system. It would also need to show why Ordinal Scale gear and mechanics can interact with that boss without breaking. None of that is really addressed in a detailed way. Instead, the boss just appears, fully functional, and everything works as if the systems were always compatible. That makes the scene feel disconnected from the rest of the world building. It is not built up through cause and effect. It is dropped in because it raises the stakes and looks impressive. So the issue is less about a lack of imagination and more about uneven priorities. The story clearly values spectacle and emotional callbacks, but it does not spend the same effort making sure those moments fit cleanly into the logic of the setting. That is why it feels like the planning stops at "this is a cool idea," without fully carrying that idea through in a consistent way. And this is where the callback kind of collapses in on itself. The floor 100 boss is treated like this huge, meaningful reveal in Ordinal Scale, but the audience never actually saw that boss in the original story. Sword Art Online ended at floor 75 when Kirito exposed and defeated Akihiko Kayaba. The climb to floor 100 never happened on screen. So the movie is trying to lean on a reference that does not have any real foundation for the viewer. There is no prior fight, no established design, no emotional connection to that specific boss. It is not like bringing back a known enemy that fans recognize and remember. It is basically introducing a new boss and calling it important because of where it is supposed to come from. That makes the moment feel hollow. The story frames it like a big payoff, but there is nothing to pay off. The audience has no direct experience with that boss, so there is no built-up tension or history behind it. It is just labeled as the final boss, and the story expects that label alone to carry weight. So instead of feeling like a clever callback, it ends up feeling misplaced. It tries to tap into nostalgia for something that was never actually shown. That disconnect makes the scene less impactful, because it relies on assumed importance rather than something the audience has actually seen and cared about. You have players coming from Alfheim Online and Gun Gale Online, and somehow they are all able to jump into a reconstructed Sword Art Online space and fight without any real issues. On paper, that sounds like a big crossover moment. In practice, it raises the same compatibility problem, just multiplied. These are not just different games with different maps. They are built on different systems. Alfheim Online has flight mechanics, magic-focused combat, and a different stat structure. Gun Gale Online is built around firearms, aiming systems, and projectile physics. Sword Art Online was a melee-focused full-dive RPG with its own rules for skills, timing, and damage. So now you have three completely different rule sets colliding at once. For that to work, there would need to be a massive translation system running in the background. Every stat from each game would need to be converted into a shared format. Every weapon type would need to be normalized so that a sword, a gun, and a magic spell can all interact in a consistent way. Movement systems would need to be adjusted. Combat timing would need to be synchronized. Even things like health and damage scaling would need to be recalculated so no one system completely breaks the balance. That is not a small detail you can ignore. That is the kind of system that would define the entire experience. But the story treats it like none of that matters. Players show up with their gear and abilities, and everything just works. No conflict between systems. No explanation for how completely different mechanics are suddenly compatible inside a rebuilt version of Sword Art Online, Ordinal Scale's version of Sword Art Online. So instead of feeling like three distinct games coming together, it feels like all the differences are flattened out on the spot. The rules stop matching so the scene can happen smoothly. That is why it feels so forced. It is not just one system being bent. It is multiple entire game frameworks being ignored at the same time. Also, the story can have a big crossover moment without dealing with the obvious complications. Back when Kirito first logged into Alfheim Online using his old Sword Art Online account data, The story actually showed friction between systems. There were bugs, stat carryovers, weird interactions, and general instability. It was not smooth at all. The point was clear. Moving data between different games is messy, and things do not line up cleanly. That made sense. Even though Alfheim Online was built on a modified version of the Sword Art Online engine, there were still differences in mechanics, balance, and structure. So when old data was forced into a new system, it caused problems. The story acknowledged that mismatch and used it as part of the world building. But in Sword Art Online, Ordinal Scale, that idea just disappears. Now you have players coming from completely different games like Alfheim Online and Gun Gale Online, not just a modified version of the same engine. On top of that, they are entering a reconstructed version of Sword Art Online through the Ogma system, which is supposed to be a different kind of platform entirely. By all logic, this should create even more instability than before. There should be bugs everywhere. Skills not triggering correctly. Weapons behaving wrong. Stats not scaling properly. Movement feeling off. Systems clashing at every level. If a relatively similar engine transfer caused issues before, this kind of multi-game crossover should be a complete mess. Instead, everything works perfectly. No weird carryover effects. No adjustment period. Players just show up and fight like nothing is wrong. That is what makes it stand out so much. The series already established that even small differences between systems can cause problems. Then later, it ignores that idea when the differences are much bigger. So rather than building on its own rules, it drops them when they become inconvenient. That is why the scene feels inconsistent. It is not just unrealistic on its own, it directly contradicts how the series handled a similar situation earlier. That fight ignores a basic design reality. The Floor 100 boss comes from the original Sword Art Online, where combat was built almost entirely around close-range melee. Players had to stay within striking distance, read attack patterns, manage timing, and coordinate positioning. Boss mechanics in that kind of system are tuned for that environment. Their attacks, range, and behavior assume that players are on the ground, within reach, and limited to swords and similar weapons. Now drop that same boss into a situation where players from Alfheim Online can fly and use magic, and players from Gun Gale Online can attack from long range with firearms. That should completely break the fight. If players can stay in the air, a melee-focused boss loses one of its main advantages, which is forcing players into close quarters. A flying player can avoid ground-based attacks, reposition freely, and strike from angles the boss was never designed to handle. At the same time, gun users can keep their distance and deal damage without ever entering the danger zone the boss was built around. Unless the boss is heavily redesigned to counter those abilities, it should be much easier to defeat. Its attack patterns would not properly punish ranged play. Its movement would not be built to chase airborne targets effectively. Its entire threat level would drop because the original constraints no longer apply. But the story treats the fight like the boss is still just as dangerous as it would have been in its original setting. There is no clear adjustment to account for flight or ranged weapons. The encounter plays out as if everyone is still bound by the same melee-focused rules, even though they are not. So instead of showing how different systems would disrupt the balance of an old boss fight, it ignores that mismatch. The result is a fight that looks intense on the surface, but does not hold up when you consider how much easier it should be with those added abilities. When Yui suddenly restores player data from Sword Art Online, it is treated like a clever solution. But that raises a basic issue. That data should not be around anymore. The original game was shut down after Kirito defeated Akihiko Kayaba. The system was dismantled, servers were taken offline, and the entire structure of the death game was supposed to be gone. In a situation like that, especially after a disaster, you would expect the data to be heavily restricted, archived under tight control, or even destroyed to prevent misuse. So for Yui to just load old player save data, a lot of things have to quietly be true at the same time. The data would need to still exist in a complete and accessible form. It would need to include detailed player stats, gear, skills, and progression. It would also need to be compatible enough with a new system to function when reactivated. That is not a small assumption. That is an entire infrastructure problem. Even if backups existed somewhere, they would not just be sitting around ready to use. There would be legal, technical, and security barriers. Accessing that data should require authorization, and adapting it to a new environment should take time and effort. It would not be instant, but the story skips all of that. Yui brings the data in and everything works. No corruption, no missing pieces, no incompatibility issues. That is what makes it feel off. The series already established that moving data between systems can cause bugs and instability, like when Kirito logged into Alfheim Online with old data. Yet here, something much bigger and more complex happens with no visible problems. So instead of feeling like a clever use of existing resources, it feels like another convenience. The data exists because the plot needs it, and it works because the scene depends on it, not because the story built a solid path for how that would actually be possible. Yui started as a support AI inside Sword Art Online. She was designed to monitor player mental health and provide assistance, not to act as a system-level administrator with unlimited access. Even if she is advanced, that does not automatically give her permission to reach into protected databases, pull full player records, and redeploy them somewhere else. If the original Sword Art Online data still exists, it would not just be sitting open. After an incident tied to Akihiko Kaiba, that kind of data would be locked down hard. There would be security layers, restricted access, and likely legal control over who can even view it. Player data would be treated as sensitive information, not something an external AI can casually retrieve. So for Yui to access it, several things would have to be true at once. She would need a way into whatever system is storing that data. She would need permission or the ability to bypass security. She would need to understand how the data is structured. And she would need the capability to convert and deploy it into a completely different environment. That is far beyond what a basic AI program should be able to do, especially without any setup or limitation shown. The story does not really explain how she gains that level of access. It just presents her as capable of it when needed. That makes her feel less like a defined system with limits and more like a tool that can solve problems whenever the plot requires it. So instead of the moment feeling earned, it comes across as another shortcut. The data is available and Yui can reach it, not because the world clearly supports that process, but because the scene depends on her being able to do it. A lot of what happens in Sword Art Online, Ordinal Scale does feel built around nostalgia on purpose. The Floor 100 boss, the return of old systems from Sword Art Online, and the sudden reuse of past game elements all point back to earlier parts of the story. The goal is clearly to trigger recognition and emotion from viewers who remember those moments. That kind of approach is not unusual in long-running series. Bringing back familiar elements can create impact quickly. Seeing Kirito face something tied to his past is meant to add emotional weight without needing a lot of setup. The trade-off is that logic and consistency often take a back seat when nostalgia becomes the main focus. Instead of carefully explaining how systems connect, the story prioritizes recreating familiar moments in a new context. That is why so many elements feel like they appear because they are recognizable, not because they naturally fit into the current rules of the world. For example, reusing Sword Art Online content assumes that the original game data still exists in a usable form, that it can be reconstructed inside a new system like Ogma, and that it behaves the same way without major issues. Each of those steps would normally require detailed explanation. In the movie, they are mostly treated as given. The same applies to characters like Yui accessing old player data or systems interacting across completely different game engines like Alfheim Online and Gun Gale Online. These moments are designed to bring back familiar ideas rather than fully explore how those systems would realistically connect. The story is trying to recreate emotional highlights from earlier arcs in a new setting, even if that means simplifying or skipping over the technical details needed to make everything fully consistent. That is why it can feel like the rules bend whenever nostalgia is involved. The focus is on recognition and emotional payoff, not on building a strict simulation where every system interaction is carefully accounted for. When Yui restores gear for Sinon in Ordinal Scale, it is basically stacking another layer on top of an already shaky system. First, you already have the problem that Yui somehow accessed and reconstructed data from Sword Art Online players. That alone is hard to justify because it involves old server data, permissions, and compatibility between systems that were never designed to interact. Now it expands beyond that. Sinan is not even primarily tied to the original Sword Art Online database. Her main identity and progression are rooted in Gun Gale Online, which is a completely separate game with its own architecture, rules, and data structure. That means her gear, stats, and progression should be stored in a totally different system, managed by different servers and not connected to the old Sword Art Online infrastructure. So for Yui to restore Sinan's gear, a lot of things would have to be true at the same time. She would need access not just to one legacy database, but to multiple independent game systems. She would need to understand how each one stores and processes player data. And she would need the ability to pull that information, convert it, and reapply it inside the Augma environment in real time. None of that is really explained. It is just presented as something she can do because she is an AI with special access. But earlier in the series, even basic data transfer between systems was shown to cause issues. When characters moved between different games or reused old accounts, there were glitches and inconsistencies that made it feel like systems were not easily compatible. So this moment stands out even more because it ignores that established friction. Instead of showing a carefully built bridge between databases, security systems, and game engines, the story treats Yui as a universal key that can reach into any system and pull out whatever is needed for the scene. That is why it feels inconsistent. It is not just that the action is convenient, it is that it requires access to multiple unrelated systems at a level that was never established, just so the story can restore gear and keep the emotional momentum going. Gear from Gun Gale Online should not naturally work inside a Sword Art Online-based environment, especially the reconstructed version shown in Sword Art Online, Ordinal Scale. The two systems were built with completely different combat logic. Gun Gale Online is centered around firearms, projectile physics, recoil, bullet travel time, and aiming mechanics. Damage is tied to guns, magazines, and ballistic systems. Sword Art Online, on the other hand, is built around melee combat, hit timing, weapon skills, and close-range engagement. Even basic assumptions like how attacks connect or how damage is calculated are not the same between them. So if you try to drop Gun Gale Online weapons into a Sword Art Online style system, a lot of things should break or require heavy conversion. A gun is not just a different sword. It depends on mechanics like distance, bullet velocity, and hit detection that Sword Art Online was never designed to simulate in its original form. For that gear to function properly, the system would need to translate it into something the Sword Art Online environment can understand. That means converting projectile behavior into the existing combat framework, adjusting damage scaling, and making sure interactions with bosses and skills remain consistent. That is a major technical transformation, not something that should happen seamlessly in the background. But the story does not really show any of that process. Players from different games just appear in the same space, use their equipment normally, and everything works as if all systems were always compatible. That is what makes it feel inconsistent. Earlier parts of the series already hinted that crossing systems causes issues, like when data transfers led to glitches in other games such as Alfheim Online. So there is precedent for incompatibility. But here, the differences between systems are even bigger, and yet the problems disappear completely. Instead of showing how those mechanics would clash and need adaptation, the story smooths over the differences so the crossover can happen without interruption. That is why it feels like the rules are flexible depending on what the scene needs, rather than being consistently applied across all systems. That moment with Asuna and the ghost of Yuki using Mother's Rosario is meant to be emotional, but it creates a lot of confusion when you look at it through the rules of the world in Sword Art Online, Ordinal Scale, and the wider series. First, the issue of the skill itself. Mother's Rosario is not something that existed in the original Sword Art Online system. It comes from much later in the series, tied specifically to Asuna's development in Alfheim Online. So if the scene is pulling from original Sword Art Online data or reconstructed memory systems, it already creates a mismatch. The skill simply should not be part of that original dataset in the first place. That raises a basic consistency problem. If the system is meant to be recreating earlier Sword Art Online content, then later game mechanics and abilities should not appear unless there is a clear explanation of how they were carried over, merged, or redefined. The story does not really explain that connection in detail. It just presents the skill as usable in the moment because it fits the emotional tone of the scene. Then there is the appearance of Yuki. The ghost version of Yuki is not a literal spirit in the supernatural sense. It is framed as a digital reconstruction, similar to other memory-based or data-driven recreations in the series. But even with that framing, it still raises questions. For something like that to appear, the system would need a detailed and accurate data record of Yuki's behavior, personality, and combat style. It would also need a way to manifest that data inside the current environment in a stable form. That is a very specific technical process, and the story does not go into how that level of reconstruction is achieved in this case. So you end up with two overlapping issues. One is continuity, where a skill from a later system appears in a context where it should not logically exist. The other is implementation, where a reconstructed character appears without a clear explanation of how that level of digital presence is generated and maintained. Like a lot of moments in Sword Art Online, Ordinal Scale, the focus is clearly on emotional impact rather than strict system logic. The scene is designed to bring back important character connections and memories, even if that means smoothing over how the underlying mechanics would actually need to work to make it possible. It really does come down to a pattern where style and emotional payoff are clearly prioritized over system consistency in Sword Art Online, Ordinal Scale. Across moments like the return of the Floor 100 boss, the mixing of systems from Sword Art Online, Alfheim Online, and Gun Gale Online, and character moments involving Asuna Yuki and Yuki Kano, the story repeatedly leans on familiar imagery and emotional callbacks. These moments are designed to hit quickly and strongly, especially for viewers who already know the series. The trade-off is that the underlying logic of how these systems should interact is often simplified or left unclear. Normally, when you have multiple separate game environments, each with its own rules, data structure, and mechanics, combining them would require careful explanation of how compatibility is achieved. Likewise, reconstructing deleted game content or transferring abilities between systems would need a defined process to make it believable within the world. But instead of focusing on those technical steps, the story often skips directly to the result. Characters are able to use abilities across systems, old game content reappears, and digital recreations manifest without much explanation of the infrastructure behind it. The emphasis is placed on the moment itself rather than the chain of logic required to reach it. The scenes are built to be visually and emotionally impactful first, with consistency treated as secondary. That is why it can seem like the story is driven more by "this would be cool to see happen" than by a strict, fully grounded set of rules that governs how everything connects. In Sword Art Online, Ordinal Scale, the Floor 100 boss from Sword Art Online is treated like a legendary final challenge, but the way it is handled in the fight feels far removed from what that status would imply. In the original Sword Art Online environment, that boss is framed as the ultimate barrier at the top of a death game. It represents the final test of coordination, skill, and endurance after climbing through 99 floors of increasingly difficult content. In that kind of structure, you would expect extreme difficulty, strict mechanics, and a very high risk of failure. Even a well-prepared group would likely struggle, and losses would be expected. But in the Ordinal Scale version of the encounter, the players manage to defeat it without any meaningful casualties. There is no major collapse of the party, no extended phase where survival feels uncertain, and no visible cost in terms of player loss. It comes across as a clean victory rather than a desperate final stand. That creates a disconnect with what the boss is supposed to represent. A final floor boss in a game like that should push systems to their limits. It should force adaptation, punish mistakes heavily, and require sustained teamwork under pressure. Instead, the fight plays out in a way that feels comparatively controlled, especially considering the amount of experience and combined ability present across players from different games and systems. The presence of players from multiple environments like Alfheim Online and Gun Gale Online also raises expectations that the fight would be even more chaotic or difficult to coordinate. With different combat styles and mechanics involved, you would expect friction, misalignment, or at least some level of struggle in synchronizing attacks and rolls. That tension is largely absent. So the result is a victory that feels too smooth for what the situation is supposed to represent, instead of a climactic, high-cost battle against the hardest content. From the original Sword Art Online, it becomes a structured encounter where the outcome feels relatively secure. That is why it reads as unrealistic compared to the weight the story itself assigns to the boss. And, of course, Kirito is the one who lands the final blow on the floor 100 boss. Even after all the setup about teamwork, cross-game coordination, and a supposedly overwhelming final challenge, the moment still resolves around him finishing it alone. That is where the Gary Stu feeling really gets reinforced. The fight builds up the idea of a large-scale group effort, pulling in players from Alfheim Online and Gun Gale Online, each bringing different abilities and systems into the same encounter. On paper, it looks like a collective climax where everyone contributes to overcoming something massive. But in practice, the structure still funnels the decisive moment back to Kirito. The coordination, the setup, the damage, and the pressure all lead into a final sequence where he is the one who resolves the conflict. The rest of the group becomes support around a single outcome, rather than equal participants in defeating the boss. That is what makes it stand out so much. The boss is presented as the ultimate challenge from the original Sword Art Online system, something that should require full party execution and shared effort to overcome. Instead, the narrative still centers the resolution on one character, even in a situation that was explicitly framed as larger than a solo accomplishment. So instead of feeling like a true group victory, it circles back to the same pattern the series is often criticized for. No matter how big the setup is or how many systems are involved, the final impact tends to rest on Kirito being the decisive factor. That is what makes the scene feel less like a balanced climax and more like another example of the story shaping events so that he remains the central solution. Kirito receiving an ultra-powerful sword after defeating the floor 100 boss in Sword Art Online feels like a classic reward for victory moment, but it does raise a practical question once you step back and think about the original context. If the original Sword Art Online game ended after the final boss was defeated by Kirito and Akihiko Kaiba's system was shut down, then the game itself no longer has any active progression content. There are no more floors to climb, no more bosses to fight, and no ongoing system where new challenges are introduced. So in that sense, giving a player a legendary endgame weapon after the final boss is already defeated does feel functionally unnecessary within the original game structure. In most game systems, a weapon like that would exist to help players overcome the hardest content. It is part of progression. Once progression is complete, its practical purpose disappears. That is why the reward feels more symbolic than functional. It represents achievement rather than serving a clear gameplay role. In a living game, you would expect such a weapon to be used for future encounters, high-level raids, or additional content updates. But in a closed system where the final boss has already been cleared and the game is effectively over, there is nothing left for it to be used on. From a design perspective, that creates a disconnect. Either the weapon is meant as a commemorative artifact tied to the completion of the game, or the world still assumes ongoing use cases that are not clearly shown or explained. The story does not fully clarify which interpretation is intended, so it ends up sitting in an awkward space between reward and redundancy. That is also part of a broader pattern in Sword Art Online, Ordinal Scale, where elements from the original Sword Art Online system are brought back or referenced for emotional impact, even when their practical function in the current timeline is unclear. The sword becomes less about what it is used for and more about what it represents in terms of Kirito's journey and accomplishments. The decision for Kirito to receive a unique weapon after defeating the floor 100 boss in Sword Art Online does raise a fairness issue when you look at it as a group effort. The boss fight is presented as a large-scale encounter involving multiple players from different systems, including Alfheim Online and Gun Gale Online. In that kind of setup, the expectation would normally be that rewards are distributed based on participation, contribution, or role in the encounter. That is how most multiplayer systems handle shared victories. Everyone who takes part gets something proportional to their involvement. But in this case, the outcome is heavily centered on a single player receiving a unique, standout reward. That creates a mismatch between effort and recognition. If multiple people contributed to bringing down a boss of that scale, then limiting the main reward to one individual naturally feels uneven from a game balance perspective. It also raises questions about how the reward system inside the reconstructed Sword Art Online content is supposed to function. If it is meant to reflect the original game's mechanics, then loot distribution rules should be consistent with that system. If it is a recreated or modified version running through the Ogma environment, then it would need its own clearly defined reward structure. The story does not clearly explain which framework is being used in that moment. Instead, the reward is framed more as a narrative symbol tied to Kirito's role in the fight. It highlights his contribution in the final moment, even though the encounter itself involved multiple participants working together. That is why it can feel like the group dynamic is acknowledged during the battle but not fully reflected in the outcome. So the imbalance comes from a shift in focus. The fight is presented as collaborative, but the reward logic behaves as if it is centered on a single decisive actor. That gap between participation and recognition is what makes the outcome feel unfair when viewed through a more systematic or game-based lens. The moment where Kirito uses the new sword to wipe out multiple spawn bosses in a single strike is meant to look like a peak power showcase, but it pushes well past what the situation should reasonably allow. If you treat the scene like it is still operating under the rules of Sword Art Online, then bosses are not just regular enemies with higher health. They are designed as structured encounters with phases, mechanics, and durability that require coordinated effort to defeat. Even over-leveled players are expected to engage with those systems, not bypass them completely. So when multiple bosses appear and are then destroyed instantly by one attack, it breaks the expected logic of how those encounters function. It removes the idea of scaling difficulty entirely. A group fight turns into a single action solution, where enemy design no longer matters because raw power overrides all mechanics. It also creates a balance issue inside the story's own framework. Earlier, the Floor 100 boss is treated as the ultimate challenge that required a full group effort involving players from Alfheim Online and Gun Gale Online. That sets an expectation that endgame content is supposed to be difficult even for coordinated teams. But then the sword reward effectively changes the rules mid-scenario. Instead of being a strong but situational upgrade, it functions like a massive power spike that trivializes any remaining threats. If one weapon can erase multiple bosses at once with a single hit, then it raises the question of why those bosses were dangerous in the first place. That is what makes the moment feel overpowered. It is not just that Kirito is strong, it is that the structure of challenge itself collapses in that scene. Enemies that are introduced as major threats stop functioning like designed encounters and become obstacles that exist only to be removed instantly. So instead of reinforcing a sense of earned progression, the scene leans into spectacle, prioritizes the visual impact of overwhelming power over maintaining consistent difficulty rules, which is why it feels like the balance of the world temporarily stops matching in favor of making the moment look impressive. The version of Kirito you see in the original Sword Art Online exists in a full-dive virtual reality system. That means his presence is entirely digital, built from neural connection data inside a closed virtual world. His body in that context is not moving in the real world at all. It is a simulated avatar inside a server. In contrast, Sword Art Online, Ordinal Scale runs on the Ogma system, which is augmented reality. Augmented reality does not replace the world. It overlays digital elements onto physical space. Players are still physically present in reality, and the system only projects or interprets digital objects through their device. So these are fundamentally different environments. One is a fully contained virtual space where consciousness is projected into a digital body. The other is a real-world overlay where digital information is added on top of physical perception. For a virtual reality Kirito to appear inside an augmented reality system in any meaningful way, there would need to be a translation layer that converts his entire digital existence into a form that Ogma can render and interact with. That includes his movement, combat data, hit detection, behavior patterns, and environmental interactions. It is not just a visual model. It would need to be a fully functional entity inside a completely different system architecture. The story does not go into that level of technical detail. Instead, the reconstructed Sword Art Online environment is treated as something that can simply be accessed and interacted with through Ogma, as if the boundaries between full-dive VR and AR are naturally permeable. That is where the compatibility issue comes in. In real system terms, VR data and AR overlays are not directly interchangeable. They operate on different input methods, different rendering pipelines, and different interaction rules. You cannot normally take a fully simulated VR entity and drop it into an AR framework without extensive conversion and reinterpretation. But in the film, that separation is effectively ignored, so the reconstructed world and its inhabitants can appear as physical, interactive threats inside the real-world space. That is why it feels inconsistent. The transition from virtual existence to augmented presence is treated as seamless, even though under normal system logic it would require a major technological bridge that is never clearly explained. The theme in Sword Art Online, Ordinal Scale, about never forgetting the nameless players from Sword Art Online is meant to be emotional, but it does feel unrealistic when you look at it in practical terms. There were around 10,000 players trapped in the death game created by Akihiko Kayaba. That is a huge number of individuals, each with their own story, relationships, and experiences. From a human perspective, it is simply not possible for any group of survivors to remember every single person in detail. Memory does not work that way. People naturally remember those they interacted with directly, those who stood out, or those who had a strong emotional impact on them. So in reality, some players would inevitably be remembered more than others. Close friends, guild members, from how people actually process large-scale events. Finally, the movie is over, and it really feels like it never manages to come together in any meaningful way. Sword Art Online, Ordinal Scale tries to blend augmented reality, legacy game systems from Sword Art Online, and returning characters like Kirito and Asuna Yuki into a single story, but the result feels scattered. The ideas are there, but they do not connect in a way that feels consistent or grounded. Systems appear when the plot needs them, rules shift depending on the scene, and explanations are often either minimal or skipped entirely. The story also leans heavily on nostalgia and callbacks, but without always building a strong internal logic to support them. That makes major moments feel more like references than earned developments. Even when the emotional intent is clear, the structure underneath does not always support it in a satisfying way. The character work follows a similar pattern. The cast is familiar, but their actions often serve the plot rather than growing naturally from established rules or consequences. That makes it harder for their decisions to feel fully convincing in the context of the world they are in. Even the game systems, which are supposed to be the backbone of the setting, feel inconsistent when examined closely. Different mechanics from separate games are combined without much explanation of how they are made compatible, and the rules of interaction shift to fit the needs of specific scenes. So by the end, instead of feeling like a cohesive experience, it feels like a collection of ideas placed side by side without enough structural support holding them together. The intention behind the film is clear, but the execution does not consistently align with the logic it sets up, which makes the overall experience feel uneven from start to finish. This analysis has mainly focused on the game design problems in Sword Art Online, Ordinal Scale, and even then there is a lot left on the table. The way the systems from Sword Art Online, Alfheim Online, and Gun Gale Online are combined raises enough structural questions on its own to fill a long discussion. The logic of how augmented reality, full dive remnants, and cross-game data interactions are handled is already complex enough to break down for hours. Things like compatibility between systems, reward structure, boss design, and player progression all create inconsistencies when looked at closely. That alone is a large topic, and that is without even getting into the rest of the film. If this analysis also covered the story structure, character writing, animation quality, world-building consistency, music choices, or voice acting performance, the discussion would easily become much longer. Each of those areas introduces its own set of strengths and problems that could be examined in detail. For example, the story's pacing and reliance on nostalgia would open up a separate line of critique. The character dynamics between figures like Kirito and Asuna Yuki would add another layer of analysis. The world building behind the Augma system and its implications would require its own breakdown. Even production elements like animation direction and soundtrack usage could be discussed independently. So what this really highlights is that the game design issues are just one part of a much larger picture. They are simply the area chosen as the focus here because they already contain enough material to question how the systems are structured and how consistently the rules are applied. If every other element of the film were included, the scope of the critique would expand significantly, because each category introduces its own strengths and weaknesses that would need to be examined in the same level of detail. This movie is awful. It is baffling why or how anyone likes it. The story feels weak and poorly thought out from the start. It tries to act like there is real depth, but most of it comes off as empty noise with little meaning behind it. The plot moves in a way that feels random. Things happen because the script needs them to happen, not because they make sense. Characters make choices that feel forced just to push the story forward. It is hard to care about any of it because nothing feels earned. The main cast is not handled well. They are written in a flat way with little real growth or change. Even when the movie tries to create emotion, it feels fake and rushed. There is no strong build-up, so the emotional moments do not land. The action scenes try to look exciting, but they end up feeling dull after a while. There is too much focus on flashy visuals and not enough on real tension or stakes. It becomes repetitive and stops being interesting. The villain and conflict feel weak and forgettable. There is no real sense of threat that lasts. It all feels like a simple setup just to create more fights and nothing more. Overall, this movie feels like style over substance, but even the style is not enough to save it. It is hard to see what people enjoy about it, because it does not do anything in a strong or memorable way. I could only sit through about 5 to 10 minutes at a time. The movie is so bad that watching it any longer in one sitting starts to feel exhausting. It is not even in a fun way. It is the kind of tiring thing where you just want to turn it off and do something else. Nothing about it holds attention for long. The pacing is messy, so scenes drag when they should move and rush when they should slow down. It makes the whole thing feel awkward and hard to stay focused on. Even when something important is supposed to be happening, it does not feel engaging. The movie does not build tension in a way that keeps you watching. Instead, it just repeats the same ideas until they stop feeling meaningful. After a short time, it becomes clear there is not much keeping it together. The story does not pull you in, the characters do not feel strong enough to carry it, and the action does not stay exciting. It becomes easier to step away than to keep watching. By the time you pause it, there is no real urge to jump back in right away. It feels more like a chore than entertainment, which is the worst thing you can say about a movie that is supposed to be fun. I have seen a lot of bad movies, and Ordinal Scale makes them look like masterpieces in comparison. At least those other movies have something to laugh at. Even the worst ones usually have moments that are so over the top or so poorly done that they become funny in a way that keeps you watching. This movie does not even manage that. It is not entertainingly bad. It is just dull and frustrating in a way that drains you. There is very little to enjoy, even in an ironic sense. Instead of laughing at how bad it is, you mostly just end up sitting there wondering why it feels so lifeless. Other bad movies at least commit to something wild or stupid enough that you can stay engaged. This one feels like it is trying to be serious and important, but it does not have the writing or execution to support that. The result is something that feels empty rather than memorable. That is what makes it worse than the usual bad movie. It does not even reach the level where it becomes funny or interesting in its failure. It just sits in the middle, doing nothing well, and making the experience feel longer than it should. For people who like this movie, I have to ask why. Is this the only movie you have seen? Do you not know other movies exist? It is hard to understand how someone could watch this and think it stands out in a good way. The story is weak, the pacing is messy, and the characters do not feel very strong. There are so many other films that do similar ideas in a more interesting and clear way. It almost feels like some viewers are grading it on a curve just because it is part of a franchise they already enjoy. But even then, it does not do enough on its own to feel special or well-made. There is a difference between liking something, because you are attached to it, and actually judging it as a movie. When you compare it to other films in the same genre, it struggles to hold up. That is why it is so confusing to see it defended as something good. Watching grass grow is more entertaining than Ordinal Scale. At least it does not insult your intelligence. This movie feels like it expects you to just accept everything without question. It throws out plot points and convenient solutions without giving them real weight or logic. Instead of building something that makes sense, it just moves from one scene to the next like none of it really matters. There are moments where it feels like the story is talking down to the viewer. It explains things in a way that is either too simple or too forced, as if it does not trust you to follow anything on your own. That makes it even harder to stay engaged, because nothing feels natural or earned. Even the emotional parts do not land because they are not built properly. They show you reactions and expect you to feel something, but there is no real foundation behind it. It feels empty rather than moving. At a certain point, it becomes less about enjoying the movie and more about waiting for it to end. There is no real tension, no real depth, and no real payoff that makes the time feel worth it. This movie represents everything wrong with anime. It feels like it is built more on fan service and brand recognition than on telling a strong, well-written story. Instead of taking time to develop ideas properly, it relies on shortcuts and familiar characters to carry it forward. That makes it feel shallow, like it is assuming the audience will care no matter what is happening on screen. A lot of it leans on style over substance. The visuals try to look impressive, but there is not much behind them. Flashy moments are used to cover up weak writing, instead of supporting a story that already works on its own. After a while, the spectacle stops being impressive because it is not backed by anything meaningful. It also shows a common problem where emotional moments are forced instead of earned. The movie tells you what to feel instead of building it naturally through character or plot. That makes everything feel artificial and hard to connect with. What makes it worse is how little risk it takes. It plays everything safe, sticking to familiar ideas and repeating what fans already know. There is no real effort to challenge itself or do something more interesting with its world. In the end, it feels like a reminder of how anime can fall apart when it depends too much on popularity and not enough on writing. It is the perfect example of what not to do. From a storytelling point of view, it shows how quickly things fall apart when there is no clear structure or focus. The plot jumps around without strong connections between events, so nothing feels like it builds in a natural way. Instead of a steady story, it feels like a list of scenes stitched together. The characters also show what happens when writing is shallow. They are not given enough depth or meaningful development, so they feel more like tools for the plot than real people. Even when the movie tries to give them emotional moments, they do not land because there is not enough groundwork behind them. It also highlights how bad pacing can ruin a film. Some parts drag on too long without adding anything important, while other moments rush through things that should matter. That uneven rhythm makes it hard to stay engaged or care about what is happening. On top of that, it leans too heavily on visuals and familiarity instead of strong ideas. It assumes that style and recognition will carry the experience, but that only works for so long before the weaknesses become obvious. As a result, it ends up feeling like a checklist of mistakes. Weak structure, flat characters, uneven pacing, and empty spectacle all come together in one place. That is what makes it such a clear example of what not to do when making a film. You could literally ask AI to write you a better movie. That is how thin the writing feels here. The ideas are not just weak, they feel unfinished, like they were never pushed past the most basic outline. There is no sense that the story was carefully shaped or refined. It feels like something that was accepted too early without enough thought about whether it actually works. The dialogue and plot beats often feel like they come from a first draft that never got revised. Characters say things that exist only to move the scene forward, not because it feels natural or believable. Events happen because the story needs them, not because they follow from what came before in a meaningful way. Even the emotional parts feel undercooked. They are presented as if they should matter a lot, but there is not enough build-up for them to have real weight. It is the kind of writing where you can see what it is trying to do, but it never actually gets there. That is why it feels like even a basic prompt to an AI could produce something more coherent. Not necessarily something great, but something with clearer structure, better pacing, and more consistent logic. And for a finished film, that is a serious problem. In the end, it gives the impression of a story that was never fully developed into something solid, just expanded until it became a movie. Sword Art Online the movie. Ordinal Scale is easily the worst movie ever made. It is boring, sloppy, and completely pointless from start to finish. It feels like it was made without care or effort, and it shows in almost every scene. This movie is so bad that it makes disasters like Dragon Ball Evolution, The Last Airbender, Battlefield Earth, Cats, and Madam Web look good in comparison. At least those films have a few moments that people can laugh at or talk about. This movie does not even manage that. It is just dull and empty the whole way through. There is nothing good in it. The story makes little sense and does not hold together. The characters are weak and do not feel real or interesting. The action is not exciting and feels flat. The whole thing feels like it is going through the motions with no real goal. Nothing in this movie is done right. It does not tell a good story, it does not build anything worth caring about, and it does not leave any impact. It just wastes time and leaves nothing behind. I would not even wish this movie upon my worst enemy. That would be too much. No one deserves to sit through something this dull and painful. It feels like punishment more than entertainment. Watching it is just an endless stretch of nothing happening, with no reward at the end. Even someone you cannot stand should not be put through that. There are far better ways to spend time than sitting through something that adds nothing and gives nothing back. At most, it is the kind of movie you warn people about, not something you recommend to anyone at all. I honestly do not even think this is a real movie. It feels more like something that got put together just to exist, not something made with any real purpose or care. Nothing about it feels natural or thought out. It has that strange empty quality where scenes happen, but nothing connects and nothing builds. It is the kind of thing that makes you wonder how it even got made in the first place. At times it feels less like a film and more like a placeholder project that was never meant to be taken seriously. It just shows up, runs through the motions, and ends without leaving anything behind. Calling it a money laundering scheme is obviously an exaggeration, but that is the level of confusion it creates. It feels so disconnected from what a real, finished movie should be that it almost makes you question what you are even watching. It is honestly kind of ridiculous that my analysis video on the game design is longer than the actual movie itself. That alone says a lot. A movie should have enough substance to outlast a breakdown of just one part of it, but this one does not even manage that. And the funny thing is, I am only talking about the awful game design. I did not even go into the other parts. I did not cover the story problems, the weak characters, or how flat everything feels overall. If I had done that, the video would be even longer. That is what makes it so strange. There is more to say about the problems than there is actual meaningful content in the film. It feels like the movie runs out of ideas almost immediately, while the criticism of it keeps going because there is just so much that does not work. The people who made this movie should be embarrassed. Not in a casual way, but in the sense that something clearly went wrong somewhere in the process and nobody stepped in to fix it. There are basic standards for storytelling, pacing, and structure, and this movie feels like it ignores most of them. It comes across as rushed, careless, and completely disconnected from what makes a film engaging or even coherent. It is hard to understand how so many people could work on something and still end up with something this empty. Even setting taste aside, there is a level of craft that is missing here. Scenes do not build properly, ideas are not developed, and nothing really lands the way it should. It feels less like a finished product and more like something that was pushed out just to be done with it. When a project ends up like that, it reflects on everyone involved. The end result is not just underwhelming, it is something that makes you question how it was allowed to reach a finished release in the first place. People who like this movie must have checked out mentally partway through and filled in the blanks with their own imagination, because what is actually on screen gives very little to hold on to. There is not much structure that pulls you in, and not much payoff that makes the time feel worth it. The story does not build strong momentum, the characters do not leave a lasting impression, and the emotional moments do not really land in a way that sticks. So if someone comes away enjoying it, it can feel like they are reacting to something that is not really there. It is the kind of movie where attention drifts easily because there is not much that demands it. Without that sense of engagement, it becomes hard to get attached to anything in it. This should not even qualify as a movie. It feels more like a social experiment designed to test how much an audience will sit through before they completely stop caring. It does not come across like a fully formed film with a clear vision. Instead, it feels like a collection of scenes put together without enough thought on how they connect or why they should matter. There is very little sense of structure, pacing, or payoff, so it never really builds into anything satisfying. It is the kind of project that makes you question what the goal even was. Not to tell a strong story, not to build tension, and not to leave an impression, but just to keep going until it ends. By the time it is over, it feels less like you watched a movie and more like you endured something that never fully became one. Even if someone offered me $100, I could not come up with a single redeeming merit about this movie. Not because I am trying to be dramatic, but because there is genuinely nothing in it that stands out in a positive way. There are films that are flawed but still have at least one thing you can point to, like a good idea, a decent scene, or a moment that works. This one struggles to even reach that level. It does not leave you with anything that feels memorable or well executed enough to defend in a meaningful way. By the time it is over, there is no strong takeaway, no standout element, and nothing that feels worth highlighting. It just passes by without giving you a reason to care or remember it for anything positive. I would much rather do anything else with my time than watch this movie again. It is the kind of experience that feels like it drains your patience without giving anything back in return. Rewatching it would not feel like revisiting something enjoyable or even interesting. It would feel like going through something slow, flat, and unengaging all over again, with no new payoff waiting at the end. There is no curiosity pulling you back in, no detail that feels worth a second look, and no moment that improves with time. Even the idea of sitting through it again just makes other options seem better by comparison. Doing literally anything else feels more worthwhile than spending time on something that already proved it has nothing new to offer. People who manage to sit through this entire movie without cringing or losing their sanity deserve some kind of award. Not because it is dangerous or anything like that, but because it takes a strange kind of patience to get through something that gives so little in return. It is the kind of viewing experience where you can feel your attention drifting and your interest fading, and yet you still have to keep going just to reach the end. Most people would start checking the time, losing focus, or wondering why they are still watching. So anyone who makes it all the way through without mentally checking out has basically demonstrated a level of endurance that is hard to explain. At that point, it is less about enjoyment and more about sheer persistence. I think Odysseus had an easier time returning to Ithaca after the Trojan War than watching this movie. At least his journey had purpose, challenges, and moments that actually meant something in the end. This movie, on the other hand, just drags on without much direction or payoff. There is no sense of progress that feels rewarding, no build-up that feels satisfying, and no final stretch that makes the effort feel worth it. It is the opposite of an epic journey. It is just time passing without much happening that sticks. Comparing the two highlights how much structure and meaning matter. One is a long struggle that builds toward a return home and closure. The other is an experience where you are just waiting for it to be over, with nothing along the way that really justifies the trip. It is baffling how anyone can look at the Sword Art Online franchise and genuinely call it good. This movie just makes that confusion even stronger. It feels like a perfect example of everything people criticize about the series. Weak structure, shallow ideas, and a story that does not really hold together in a satisfying way. Instead of fixing those issues, it just highlights them and stretches them out into a full movie. Watching it makes it harder to understand where the praise comes from, because there is nothing here that feels strong or well developed. It relies heavily on the audience already caring, but even then it struggles to give anything meaningful back. If this is supposed to represent the franchise at a higher production level, then it does more harm than good. It does not just fail on its own, it makes the entire series look worse by association. I am sure the Sword Art Online fans will be angry at me for this video, but I do not care. If pointing out obvious problems bothers people, that is on them, not me. There is a difference between liking something and pretending it is flawless. This movie is full of issues that are hard to ignore, and acting like they are not there does not make them disappear. If anything, it just lowers the standard for what people are willing to accept. At some point, someone has to say what is actually on screen instead of tiptoeing around it. If that makes people upset, so be it. The movie is what it is, and pretending otherwise does not change that. Sword Art Online fans should be able to handle criticism of the franchise without acting like it is beyond question or above discussion. Liking something does not make it immune to criticism, and disagreeing with praise or pointing out flaws is not an attack on anyone personally. If a series is going to be discussed seriously, it has to be open to honest feedback, even when it is negative. The Sword Art Online fans will probably leave a lot of angry comments, but I do not care, since I do not even read the comments to begin with. People can say whatever they want, it does not change what is already in the video or the points being made. At the end of the day, comments are just reactions, not arguments. If someone disagrees, that is fine, but it does not affect the analysis itself or what is shown on screen. I am definitely going to make a separate video in the future breaking down the story and characters in this movie, because there is a lot to go through. There are so many issues with how the story is written and how the characters are handled that it deserves its own focused discussion. Trying to cover everything in one video would not really do it justice because there is just that much to break down. So stay tuned for that. It might even end up being longer than this video, simply because there is so much material to go through and explain. I am going to keep breaking down Sword Art Online in detail and pointing out what does not work for me. There is a lot in this franchise that I think deserves deeper criticism, and I am not done covering it yet. Each video will go further into the writing, the characters, and the structure, and I will keep analyzing it as long as there is more to discuss. Sword Art Online definitely earns a lot of the criticism it gets. Many of the same issues keep showing up, like uneven pacing, ideas that are introduced but not fully explored, and character moments that feel rushed or underdeveloped. Instead of building on its strengths, it often leans on familiar beats without adding much depth. That is why the negative reactions are not surprising. When a series repeats the same problems without clearly addressing them, people are going to call it out. Sword Art Online was bad for me from the start, and it has never really changed my mind. If it has not improved in the areas that matter, like writing, pacing, and character depth, then it is hard to see it as anything other than consistently flawed. It keeps running into the same problems without fully fixing them. Ideas get introduced but not explored properly, character moments feel rushed or unearned, and the story often leans on shortcuts instead of building something solid. When those issues keep showing up, it starts to feel less like a one-time mistake and more like a pattern. At that point, it becomes difficult to expect anything different going forward. If the core problems stay the same, then the overall impression stays the same too. But hey, according to my anime list user Kuro Haruto, this movie is epic and a perfect 10 out of 10. So what do I know? I guess that settles it. All my criticism about this movie instantly disappears because someone clicked a number on a rating site and added a glowing review. The writing problems, the pacing issues, the empty emotional beats, all of it just evaporates because their score says otherwise. I must have imagined the confusing plot. I must have hallucinated the flat characters and the scenes that drag on without purpose. Clearly none of that matters because the real authority here is a single user review calling it flawless. My mistake for thinking movies could be judged by actually watching them instead of treating a rating like sacred truth. Next time I will remember that all it takes is one perfect score on a website to turn any film into an untouchable masterpiece. So I guess I just wasted my time making this video, and nothing I said was valid. Oops. As a bonus for sticking around until now, let us take a look at some Easter eggs and an interesting theory about the movie.
Sword Art Online the movie Ordinal Scale is a 2017 Japanese animated fantasy adventure movie. It's based on the Sword Art Online light novel series, written by Reki Kawahara and illustrated by Abeck. In this video, let's take a look at some Sword Art Online the movie Ordinal Scale Easter eggs and trivia. The part about Kirito and Asuna making a date to see the stars is based on the opening chapter of Sword Art Online Progressive. Asuna is wearing Sony wireless headphones here. Sony actually made a real version of these wireless headphones. They cost about $368 each, and they even sold out after unexpectedly high demand. The movie's soundtrack was composed by Yuki Kadra. She's also the one who composed the music for the Sword Art Online anime series. Argus's slogan is "Express your vision." In classical mythology, an Argus is a giant with 100 eyes, so that's quite a fitting slogan. This definitely seems like something from one of the Jurassic Park movies. The original Jurassic Park movie even won Best Foreign Film at the 1994 Japanese Academy Awards. These two guys are from the Sword Art Online anime series. You might remember them from the very first episode. If you look in the the background here, you can see the brands Lawson and Tokyu Hands. Lawson is a convenience store franchise chain in Japan. Tokyu Hands is a Japanese department store. Yuna's Japanese voice actress Sayaka Kanda is an actual singer. Furthermore, Sayaka Kanda voiced Anna in the Japanese dub of Frozen and Ralph Breaks the Internet. The restaurant here is called Wagnaria. This is a reference to the anime series Working. The game being played here is Pac-Man. Pac-Man is an arcade game released in Japan in May of 1980. Lisbeth is listening to the song Ubiquitous DB. This is actually one of the songs from the movie soundtrack. It's performed by Sayaka Kanda. The store here is Tower Records. This is a real international music franchise and online music store. There's a McDonald's logo here. This is obviously a parody of McDonald's. You can see a Sony product placement here. Sony usually puts a lot of their own products in the movies they produce. The complete SAO incident report book here is published by Kadokawa. Kadokawa is a real Japanese publisher and brand company of Kadokawa Corporation. They've published lots of magazines, light novels, and manga. Here we see the Golden Apple Guild. They're the guild from episode 5 and 6 of Sword Art Online Season 1. Kirito helped Yoko and Keynes uncover the mystery of what really happened to Griselda. The website here is for the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. This is a parody of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Furthermore, you can see that Google Play has become Goggle Play, and iTunes has become JTunes. The photo here is from one of the Sword Art Online video games. Furthermore, this photo is an image of the female characters in their school outfits. We see that the date May 4th is circled here. This is actually Star Wars Day. We already know that Reki Kawahara is a big fan of Star Wars because he gave Kirito a lightsaber in the Phantom Bullet arc. Yoyogi Park is a real place. It's located in Shibuya, Tokyo, Japan. The MMO stream is from the Phantom Bullet arc. It first appeared in Sword Art Online Season 2, Episode 1. Fuka Zero is a character from the Sword Art Online alternative Gun Gale Online series. She's one of the main characters of that series. You can see a white butterfly here. Every time Yuna disappears, a white butterfly can be seen for a moment. This white butterfly seems to represent Yuna. This is actually consistent with Asuna's character. Asuna has a phobia of astral-type monsters. This is a callback to Episode 8 from Sword Art Online Season 1. Asuna cooked a ragu rabbit stew. The hot springs resort here is called Philemont. This is based on the Fairmont Hot Springs Resort in British Columbia, Canada. This road is called Godzilla Road. This is based on the real Godzilla Road in Shinjuku, Japan. Additionally, the sign here says Tomo Cinemas. This is a parody of Toho Cinemas. You can see a Krispy Kreme donut shop in the background here. Krispy Kreme is an American donut company and coffeehouse chain. Kirito has gotten 2 emails from Zamazon.co.jp here. This is of course a parody of the company Amazon. This is the exact same type of sandwich that Kirito was eating in Sword Art Online Season 1, Episode 9. Asuna gave the sandwich to Kirito after they ran out of the floor 74 boss room. Eiji is drinking Porporo beer in this scene. This is a parody of Sapporo beer. Sapporo is the oldest brand of beer in Japan. Furthermore, Porporo beer can also be spotted in the first episode of Erased. A player named Ramen Man is ranked 3rd. Ramen Man is a character in Kinukuman and Kinukuman Nisei. He was a Chinese superhuman who specialized in kung fu and technical wrestling. You can see that the vending machine is selling Red Bell drinks. This is a parody of Red Bull. Dr. Shigemura's laptop is a Wio brand. This is a parody of the Vio brand. Selmberg is a city on floor 61 of Aincrad. It's where Kirito went to Asuna's house in Sword Art Online Season 1, Episode 8. Meiji Shrine is a real place. It's located in Shibuya, Tokyo. It's a Shinto shrine dedicated to Emperor Meiji and his wife Empress Shokin. Kirito's motorcycle has the license plate number 0930. This is a reference to Asuna's birthday, September 30. September 30 is also Kuro Yukihime's birthday. The server here is actually modeled after the IBM Z13, which is one of the world's fastest and most secure enterprise servers. Yuna's shield has a white butterfly emblem on it. As I mentioned before, the white butterfly represents Yuna. The boss is called an incarnation of the Radius. This is a reference to Aincrad's full name, an incarnating Radius. Asuna is using the Mother's Rosario sword skill here. Yuki was the one who originally came up with this sword skill. You can see that Kirito's eyes have turned into an amber color. This has happened before in the Sword Art Online anime series several times. The movie's theme song is Catch the Moment by Lisa. Lisa is also the one who performed Crossing Field, the first opening song of the Sword Art Online anime series. Additionally, Lisa performed Adamus, the first opening song of the Sword Art Online Alicization arc. The name Wrath comes from a creature in Jabberwocky, a nonsense poem in Lewis Carroll's novel Through the Looking Glass and what Alice found there. The SAO Will Return is similar to the Marvel end credits text. The Marvel movies are pretty big in Japan, so Reki Kawahara probably got the idea after watching some of those. Well, that's it for this video. What did you think of Sword Art Online the movie Ordinal Scale? Let me know your opinion in the comments below. Also, let me know which is your favorite arc of the Sword Art Online anime series. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to leave a like and subscribe for more videos. Also, don't forget to turn on notifications for my channel so you never miss a video. Thanks for watching and I'll see you in the next video. In Sword Art Online the movie Ordinal Scale, we learn that Dr. Shigemura's daughter Yuna was one of the players who died in Sword Art Online. Dr. Shigemura's goal is to recreate Yuna as an AI, and sort of bring her back to life that way. So here's a theory, could you do this in real life? Would it actually be possible to recreate someone who died as an AI? In this video, let's find out if AI resurrection is actually possible. Appearance. It's already possible to recreate someone's appearance. There's several movies that use CGI to digitally recreate actors who have died. For example, Peter Cushing in Rogue One, A Star Wars Story. Actor Guy Henry performed all the scenes in the movie. After that, special effects engineers replaced his face with Peter Cushing's face. The same exact thing happened for Paul Walker in Furious 7. Paul Walker died halfway into the production of Furious 7, but his brothers Caleb and Cody filled in for him during the scenes that still needed to be filmed. Afterwards, visual effects artists replaced Caleb and Cody's faces with Paul Walker's face. Voice. A Canadian startup company called Lyrebird created a product that could clone anyone's voice by listening to just a single minute of sample audio. These results aren't 100% perfect yet, but it's still very impressive and will certainly improve over time. Behavior. This one's the most difficult, but it should be possible as well, since there are AI programs that can act like humans. In 1966, a computer scientist named Joseph Weizenbaum created a program that could answer human questions. It was called ELIZA. The program reacted to users' responses to its scripts by using simple keyword matching. Moreover, in 2011, IBM created a program called Watson. It was able to beat the best human players at Jeopardy, which is a game that requires the understanding of double meaning and the subtlety of human spoken language. These days, Watson is mainly used for medical purposes. In fact, Watson is even better at diagnosing cancer than doctors with years of experience. Okay, so now that we've confirmed it's possible to recreate someone's appearance, voice, and behavior, how are we going to project the AI into the real world beyond the screens? The answer is simple: augmented reality. Just like in the movie, there's already a lot of augmented reality devices, such as the Google Glass and Microsoft HoloLens. With these devices, you can see photorealistic avatars on different virtual objects, and they would pretty much be indistinguishable from the real world. Well, that's it for this video. Thanks for watching, I'll see you in the next video.
Asuna from Sword Art Online is often held up as a central figure in the story, but there's a strong argument to be made that she falls short of her potential. While she's introduced as skilled, independent, and formidable, much of that early promise gets sidelined as the series progresses. Instead of continuing to evolve in meaningful ways, she's frequently reduced to a supporting role, with her agency and complexity taking a back seat to the broader narrative. What makes this more frustrating is that the foundation for a far more compelling character is already there. Asuna has the intelligence, strength, and emotional depth to carry a much darker, more layered arc. If the story had leaned into that, portraying her as morally ambiguous or even antagonistic at times, she could have become far more dynamic. A baddie version of Asuna wouldn't just mean making her evil for the sake of it, but exploring her motivations under pressure. How trauma, survival, and power might reshape her worldview. That shift could open the door to richer storytelling. Imagine Asuna grappling with control, making difficult or questionable decisions, or even clashing ideologically with the protagonist. It would add tension, unpredictability, and genuine character growth, qualities that feel underutilized in her current portrayal. Instead of being remembered as a missed opportunity, she could stand out as one of the most complex and memorable characters in the series. Asuna from Sword Art Online is one of the most boring characters in anime. She is made to be too perfect. She is always kind, always skilled, and never makes real mistakes. Because of this, she feels safe and flat. You always know what she will do next, and that makes her scenes less exciting. There is no real tension when she is on screen because the show never lets her truly fail. The story would be much more fun if Asuna was a bad girl instead. She should be someone who breaks the rules and does not always listen. A rebellious Asuna could make risky choices and cause trouble. She could start fights, question leaders, and bring chaos into the world around her. That kind of character would feel more real and more exciting to watch. It would give the story danger and energy that it badly needs. The character design for Asuna is also way too plain and boring. She looks clean, soft, and safe at all times. Her outfits and colors do nothing to show depth or edge. When you look at her, you already know she is meant to be good and gentle. That makes her feel flat before she even speaks. So let us fix that. In my version, Asuna would be a goth baddie. She would wear darker clothes with sharp details that show attitude and danger. Black and deep red would replace soft whites and light colors. Her look would tell you right away that she does not follow the rules. This new design would match her rebellious personality. The clothes would feel like armor, not decoration. Every part of her style would show confidence, anger, and control. When she walks into a scene, you would feel tension before anything even happens. A goth Asuna would stand out in the world of Sword Art Online. In a bright and clean game world, her dark look would clash with everything around her. That contrast would make her impossible to ignore and much more memorable. Most importantly, her design would finally tell a story. Instead of looking like a perfect hero, she would look like someone with secrets and pain. Her appearance would add depth and make her feel dangerous, unpredictable, and interesting. And to be honest, part of the reason I decided to make Asuna a goth girl is simple. I just like goth girls. Their style, attitude, and boldness have always stood out to me. It feels natural to imagine Asuna with that kind of edge because it matches the rebellious, dangerous personality I want her to have. Making her a goth baddie is not just about looks. It gives her attitude, presence, and energy that the original version lacks. Dark clothes, sharp details, and a fearless style all help show that she is no longer the safe, perfect character. She becomes someone exciting, unpredictable, and impossible to ignore. This personal touch also makes the character feel more fun to write and explore. A goth Asuna is not just a redesign. She is a bold, rebellious hero who takes control of her story, and that makes everything about her more thrilling to watch. Right now, Asuna agrees with plans too often and supports the group without question. This makes scenes feel calm and easy. If she argued, refused orders, or followed her own path, characters would clash more often. Conflict makes stories feel alive, and Asuna could be the spark that starts it. When characters disagree, viewers stay engaged. A rebellious Asuna could turn simple missions into tense moments. Every choice would feel risky, and every conversation would matter more. Asuna always does the right thing and wins her fights. That makes her feel untouchable. A bad girl Asuna could make selfish choices or act on anger. Those choices could lead to loss, danger, or regret. Mistakes help characters grow. Watching Asuna deal with the results of her actions would add weight to the story. The audience would care more because failure would feel real. Her relationship with Kirito feels too smooth and safe. They agree on most things and support each other without struggle. A rebellious Asuna could challenge Kirito and question his choices. This kind of tension would make their bond stronger. Growth comes from conflict, not comfort. Their scenes would feel more real and less like a perfect fantasy. Many anime female characters are kind, loyal, and calm. Asuna fits this mold too well. A bad girl version of Asuna would break that pattern and feel new. Viewers remember characters who act differently. A rule-breaking Asuna would leave a stronger impression and stand apart from the rest. The world of Sword Art Online often feels controlled and planned. Asuna helps keep order and stability. A chaotic Asuna could ruin plans or take wild risks. This would make the world feel unstable and dangerous. When even heroes cause trouble, danger feels closer and more real. Asuna starts good and stays good. There is little to no change. A bad girl Asuna could struggle with who she wants to be and where she belongs. Watching her fight between chaos and control would be more engaging. Change is what makes characters memorable, and growth gives meaning to the story. Perfect characters feel fake. Real people get angry, act selfish, and make bad choices. A rebellious Asuna would show flaws and raw emotion. Flaws make characters relatable. Viewers connect more with someone who feels human instead of perfect. Safe characters create safe scenes. A bad girl Asuna would make shocking choices and bold moves that break expectations. People remember chaos and risk. A rebellious Asuna would give the show moments fans talk about long after the series ends. It would also make way more sense why Kirito fell in love with Asuna. Kirito is an outcast. He keeps to himself, breaks away from groups, and does not trust systems or leaders. He survives by going his own way. Falling in love with someone who shares that same rebellious nature would feel natural. If Asuna was also a rebel, their connection would feel earned. They would understand each other on a deeper level. Both would be outsiders who reject rules and expectations. That shared mindset would give their bond a strong foundation. Right now, Kirito and Asuna feel like polar opposites. Kirito is distant and rough around the edges, while Asuna is polite, calm, and controlled. Instead of feeling like equals, their relationship feels forced into place. A rebellious Asuna would balance Kirito, not soften him. They would push each other forward instead of one always supporting the other. Their love would feel less like a fantasy and more like two broken people finding understanding in each other. Asuna being a bad girl would make her character much better. It would give her real power and control over her own story. Instead of being calm and passive, she would take action when things go wrong. She would refuse to sit still and wait for someone else to save her. For example, in the fairy dance arc, Asuna spends most of her time trapped and helpless inside a literal bird cage. She waits for Kirito to come and rescue her. This makes her feel weak and wasted as a character. A rebellious Asuna would never accept that role. In my version, she would plan her own escape. She would lie, steal, and manipulate the system to break free. Even if she failed at first, she would keep trying. Her survival would come from her own choices, not someone else's arrival. This would make her feel strong and capable again. She would not just be a prize to win back. She would be an active force in the story, proving that she does not need permission or rescue to fight for herself. A bad girl Asuna would also drive the story forward instead of just reacting to events or waiting for Kirito to act. Her decisions could create conflicts, start adventures, or even make things go completely wrong. That kind of initiative would give the plot more energy and make her feel like a real force in the world of Sword Art Online. Her personality would be stronger too. The current Asuna is polite, calm, and safe. A bad girl version would have attitude, sarcasm, and defiance. She would stand out in every scene and feel unforgettable. Even her fights would be more interesting. Instead of always fighting safely, she could bend the rules, take risks, and fight aggressively. Every battle would feel dangerous and exciting. Her relationships would feel more real as well. She could clash with allies, argue with Kirito, and challenge authority. Those tensions would make friendships and romances feel earned, instead of perfect and easy. On top of that, her character growth would be stronger. A rebellious Asuna would make mistakes, face consequences, and learn from them. That kind of struggle gives her story real meaning and depth. Finally, she would be more relatable and memorable. Everyone has moments of anger, selfishness, or rebellion, so viewers could connect to her struggles. A bold, rule-breaking Asuna would leave a lasting impression, making the show more exciting and giving fans a character they truly remember. In the original story, Asuna cannot truly fight for herself. She often ends up in danger and has to wait for Kirito to come and protect her, like what happened with Corridil. This makes her feel weak and passive, like she is just a prize to be saved rather than a real hero. In my version, a bad girl Asuna would be completely different. She would take control of her own battles and face danger head-on. She would use her skills, wits, and courage to survive instead of relying on someone else to rescue her. This version of Asuna would be fearless and unpredictable. She could escape traps, turn fights in her favor, and even challenge enemies who seem stronger than her. Watching her act on her own would make every scene more exciting and give her real power in the story. By making Asuna capable of defending herself, she stops being just a supporting character in Kirito's story. She becomes a full-fledged hero, a force to be reckoned with, and a character the audience truly roots for. Why did Kirito have to fight Heathcliff when Asuna wanted to leave the Knights of the Blood Oath Guild? In the original story, she has almost no agency over her own choices. She wants something, but she cannot act on it herself. Instead, Kirito has to step in and fight for her. That makes her feel powerless and sidelines her from her own story. In my version, a bad girl Asuna would handle this herself. If she wanted to leave the guild, she would confront the challenge head-on. She could face Heathcliff or anyone else standing in her way using her own skills, cunning, and boldness. She would not need a hero to fight her battles. This change would make her character stronger and more compelling. Instead of waiting to be saved, she would be an active force shaping her own destiny. Every choice and every fight would come from her own will, giving her real agency and making her a true protagonist in the story. It would also make the world feel more dangerous and unpredictable. When the strongest characters actually have to fight for themselves, the stakes rise, and viewers feel the tension. A rebellious Asuna like this would be thrilling to watch. A bad girl Asuna would also not be afraid to be ruthless or savage. In the original story, she hesitated when it came to killing Corridil. Even though he was a serious threat, she froze, and Kirito ended up being the one to kill him. That moment made her feel passive and overly cautious, as if she could not handle real danger on her own. In my version, a rebellious Asuna would act without hesitation. She would recognize the threat and strike decisively, taking down Corridil herself. She would not wait for anyone else to protect her or finish the fight. This kind of boldness would make her feel dangerous and powerful. A ruthless Asuna would command respect from allies and enemies alike. Watching her take control and act decisively would add tension, excitement, and energy to every scene she is in. By giving her this edge, she stops being the passive, perfect girl and becomes a true force in the story. Someone who fights, wins, and takes what she wants without fear. That would make her unforgettable. Also, Asuna should not come from a rich family. In the original story, her wealth makes her feel spoiled and untouchable. She always has the resources she needs and rarely struggles for anything. That takes away tension and makes her character feel less real. If she came from a normal or even poor background, everything would change. She would have to fight for what she wants, take risks, and rely on her own skills instead of money or privilege. Her victories would feel earned, and her struggles would be more meaningful. A less wealthy Asuna would also feel more relatable. Viewers could see themselves in her struggles and root for her harder. She would be a character who has to fight her way through challenges instead of being handed solutions. Most importantly, it would fit her rebellious personality. A bad girl from a rich family can feel unearned, like she breaks rules because she can get away with it. But a girl who has to struggle and take chances naturally becomes tougher, smarter, and more dangerous. That kind of Asuna would be exciting to watch and much more compelling than the perfect, spoiled original. A bad girl Asuna would have to work for everything she has. She would not be handed victories or safety. Every step of her survival would be earned through skill, determination, and sheer willpower. She would fight tooth and nail to stay alive, proving herself over and over in a dangerous world. Her rebellious nature would fit perfectly with this struggle. Breaking rules, taking risks, and refusing to follow orders would not be acts of carelessness. They would be necessary for her survival. Her defiance would feel natural because the world would demand toughness and cunning, not obedience. This version of Asuna would feel real and grounded. She would be a fighter in every sense, shaped by challenges rather than born into comfort. Her strength, courage, and rebellious spirit would make her a character viewers could admire and root for in every scene. Asuna should not be cooking meals for Kirito and making sandwiches for him. That makes her seem like she only exists to support him, like her role is to be helpful and domestic rather than a strong, independent fighter. It reduces her to a background character instead of letting her be a hero in her own right. In my version, a bad girl Asuna would never be content with just taking care of someone else. She would focus on her own goals, her own battles, and her own survival. Cooking and serving someone would feel completely out of character for someone who is bold, rebellious, and dangerous. By removing these domestic moments, she becomes more active, more dangerous, and more interesting. Every choice she makes comes from her own desires and instincts, not from traditional expectations or the role of perfect girlfriend. This makes her a character who drives the story, rather than someone who exists on the sidelines. A bad girl Asuna would also never settle down with Kirito in a cabin in the woods. That kind of quiet, domestic life does not fit her personality at all. She would not be satisfied to stay in one place, tending a home and waiting for danger to pass. Instead, she would want to keep fighting, exploring, and getting into action. Adventure, risk, and rebellion would drive her, not comfort or routine. She would challenge the world around her, push boundaries, and refuse to play the role of a submissive housewife. This version of Asuna would be exciting and unpredictable. Her energy and drive would make every scene she is in more intense. She would be a hero of her own story, constantly moving, constantly fighting, and constantly refusing to be tamed. A bad girl Asuna would also be much more reckless, and that would make the story far more thrilling. You would never be completely sure what she might do next or whether her actions could backfire. She might take a huge risk that could endanger her life, and that uncertainty would keep viewers on the edge of their seats. In the original story, everything feels way too safe and predictable. Asuna never takes real risks, and the audience already knows she will get through every situation. That makes the story feel flat and tension-free. A rebellious, reckless Asuna would change all of that. Every battle, every plan, and every choice would carry real danger. Her willingness to push limits would create excitement, suspense, and stakes that the original version simply does not have. Watching her navigate life with that kind of boldness would make the show feel alive and unpredictable. The current Asuna is plain Jane. She is safe, predictable, and boring. Watching her can feel like eating stale bread. There is nothing surprising, exciting, or memorable about her. She follows the rules, never takes real risks, and never shakes up the story. Her perfection makes her flat and uninteresting. A bad girl Asuna, on the other hand, would be like hot sauce. She would add spice, danger, and unpredictability to every scene. You would never know what she might do next, and that energy would make the story come alive. She would challenge everyone around her, break rules, and take risks that keep viewers on the edge of their seats. Where plain Asuna is safe and comfortable, a rebellious Asuna is thrilling and unforgettable. She would not just exist in the story, she would drive it, leaving a lasting impression on everyone who watches. Thanks for watching. If you made it this far, you already know this is just the beginning. There are plenty more deep dives into Sword Art Online coming your way, and we're not running out of things to critique anytime soon. From missed character arcs to questionable storytelling choices, there's a lot left to unpack. Make sure to subscribe so you don't miss any of it. If you enjoy breaking down what works and what really doesn't in anime, you'll want to stick around for what's next. And hey, keep that critical energy alive. Don't just accept weak writing or wasted potential. Call it out, question it, and expect better from the stories you invest your time in. The fact that they slapped SAO will return into the post-credits scene is honestly laughable. It's giving way more "we saw Marvel do this once and decided to copy it" than anything remotely original or earned. Instead of feeling like an exciting tease, it lands like a warning you didn't ask for. And let's be real, it doesn't even function like a proper cliffhanger or hype-building moment. It comes off less like a clever setup and more like a self-congratulatory reminder that yes, unfortunately, Sword Art Online is not done yet. There's no intrigue, no suspense. Just a blunt announcement that the cycle continues whether you're excited about it or not. If anything, it feels less like a teaser and more like a threat disguised as one. Like the show isn't building anticipation so much as insisting it will keep coming back no matter how the reception goes. It's like they're not even trying to build anticipation, they're just declaring it. There will be more Sword Art Online whether you like it or not isn't a teaser so much as a statement of inevitability. Like the series has moved past the idea that audience excitement is even part of the equation. Instead of ending on something that sparks curiosity or feels earned, it comes off like a checkbox they had to tick off. Don't worry, the machine keeps going. No matter how people feel about the direction, the pacing, or the storytelling choices, the message is basically that continuation is guaranteed regardless of reception. That's what makes it land so flat. A good post-credits hook builds hype or mystery. This just feels like it's announcing persistence, not promise. Of course, the Sword Art Online fans will eat it up, eat it up. At this point, it doesn't even feel like a question of quality or direction. It's just brand loyalty doing all the heavy lifting. You could drop the bare minimum, "it's coming back" tease, and there's already a built-in audience ready to treat it like a major event. It's the kind of reaction where critique barely matters in the long run because anticipation is almost automatic. The announcement doesn't need substance or creativity. It just needs the logo and a vague promise of continuation, and it'll get applause regardless. That's the advantage of an established franchise. Even a thin teaser can pass as hype when the fanbase is already locked in. And honestly, that's what makes it feel a bit predictable. There's no pressure to innovate the marketing or meaningfully raise stakes in the storytelling, because the reaction is basically guaranteed either way. It's frustrating that Sword Art Online keeps getting renewed and expanded despite the same long-running criticisms about its writing and direction. At a certain point, it feels less like creative momentum and more like inertia, another continuation because the brand still sells, not because the storytelling has meaningfully evolved. And because there's still a built-in audience, even weak announcements or recycled ideas get treated like major events. That cycle makes it easy for the franchise to keep going without much pressure to improve or take risks. It's hard not to feel like Sword Art Online has long since run its course. It feels stretched far beyond its natural stopping point. It keeps being extended through sequels, spin-offs, and continuations that don't add meaningful weight. At a certain point, it stops feeling like a story with direction and starts feeling like a franchise that simply refuses to conclude. There's a version of this series that could have ended earlier and left a sharper, more memorable impact. Instead, its ongoing presence makes it harder for any individual arc to feel essential, because the expectation is always that there will be more, regardless of whether more actually improves anything. It's less about wanting to erase what it was, and more about wishing it had known when to stop. And wow, I definitely had a lot to say in this video. Way more than I expected going in. At this point, it's basically turned into a full-length breakdown, longer than Zack Snyder's Justice League itself. What started as a simple critique spiraled into a full dissection of pacing, characters, and storytelling decisions, because there's just so much to unpack with Sword Art Online. Once you start pulling at the threads, it's hard to stop. Every point leads to another, and suddenly you're way deeper into the discussion than you planned to be. So yeah, if it felt like this video kept going, that's because it did. But honestly, that kind of length is probably fitting considering how much there is to talk about.